Okay, we may or may not be live. I don't really know. Sign in to chat. We still can't do this way. All right, so hold on, guys. Because software doesn't sync with YouTube, because YouTube doesn't realize that people have to use something other than Google to accomplish a task. Uh, See, now I can see the stream. I had to create the stream to go manage the stream. And then we are sitting here live uh, doing that, right? Save. So happy 4th of July. For those that stalk me that know yesterday was my birthday. Okay, and I know it's been a while since I've been on, and I'm just doing a live to kind of, I'm going to answer a bunch of questions on a myriad of topics. Because you know this is the GunMuse channel, it's not the GOG channel, even though you wouldn't know that by looking at my stalkers on my chat box. Uh, oh my gosh, GunMuse lost 2 marches in his last video and he quit GOG. Did I really? I lost 2 marches. Uh, but I lost 2 marches because Guns of Glory has been addressing. Bill, how's it going, man? Guns of Glory has been addressing the testing that I've been doing. So much so, they've been cheating their asses off. I can't go into a KR. It takes 6 to 9 minutes for 15 people to be in a mega rally against me in KR. Why? Because it takes a mega rally to kill my ass in KR, and my top stats are not above 10,000 yet. So, and if you've been on the website, if you're a member over on the website, you know that I have the new firewall system on the website, and I had the first 3 rows of it, and now it probably, I don't even know what it says to you guys. It says an error. I put the other 8 rows in, and then I, we've been, I live down in southern New Mexico. The rainstorms play havoc with my internet. It popped out while I was updating a thing, destroyed the entire database. I have to rebuild the database from scratch, but all the math's done. I just haven't done it, which couples into my health. Some of you who pay attention to what says, like, I really kind of quit doing the filming because of health. Remember the eye patch? I still can't see out of the eye. Hold on here. I'm also getting distracted easily here. I'm going to go to look at this. And wow, we got 8 viewers like that. That took seconds. Man, I appreciate it, guys. I haven't even see. I got to get the stream info to turn around and tell the members on the website. But the good news is, it appears that YouTube has reversed its decision to not send notifications out now that the election is over. Right? Uh, Nothing to do with it. They didn't say that. I'm just saying 2 facts exist. The election is now over, and like Facebook, who for the last 15 years, that 3 months prior to an election, my chat box goes down. I start getting chats people sent me. I just last month, I started getting people that I've known for 35 years messages from last October. Not even November. I mean, they shut down the ability to communicate with me. It's wonderful. Uh yeah, I haven't gone anywhere. It's look, it's hard for me to see the screens. I just went to the man. As much as I bitch about the VA, and I'm not even going to praise the VA here. I got a new eye doctor for the first time. What has been going on with the eye doctors is they had this little Medicare scam that come out of Obamacare, and the administration will pay for certain procedures. So guess what's wrong with you? Whatever that procedure would cover, that's what's wrong with you. So I got a new eye doctor because when I went into the ICU for a week, they put some blood thinners in my stomach 3 times, and the last time I walked out of the hospital, I could see, but 9 hours later, I was bleeding into my eyes, and I'm now blind in my eyes. And so I did my VA hoopla. That took 6 weeks to get into the VA, even though the law requires them to see me within 14 days if I go into the emergency room. Yeah, and it's I don't heal very well. That's a completely different issue. So when things like this happen, it takes me longer to recover. Uh, the But so the VA built, they haven't been paying the bills to our third party healthcare system. So all the money they didn't spend there and they got away with not spending, they built a brand new building in Lubbock, Texas. And now they got to staff it. All right. So the construction's done, it's paid for. Now they got to staff it. And so they built things like this great big optometry thing, which I went and visited first week it was open. So I got a brand new optometrist, and I love this girl. First time ever, I got a doctor that looked at a timeline, because everybody loves to say the word diabetes. And for those who don't know, the word diabetes is a way of not paying bills. Okay, diabetes is sugar in your blood. And if you ask the question, why is there sugar in my blood, doc? If the doctor just doesn't frankly look straight at you and say, well, you're a cheating bastard who eats candy bars and ice cream all day, you know, as you can see, even now I'm thinner than I was just a year ago. That's because I eat keto, and the reason my body produces sugar is because it's in a lot of pain. The body starts eating away muscle to produce sugar as a painkiller, and so if you just read it like a diabetic, your blood sugar is always high because you're always in pain. And then because the muscles contract, things like that, I get the migraines, they get intense, and that's how I get the eyeball thing. So I got a new optometrist who looked at the problem, overrode the previous two optometrists I've been seeing for 3 years, and then she's getting me some glasses with some green lenses because she agreed with me on that. Uh, the and then they're gonna suck all the jelly out of my right eye, and then they're gonna put a stent, because they can't stop the blood pressure from building up behind the eye, and the blood's getting in the eye, and it's actually overpressure in the eye. So sometimes it feels like somebody's trying to take a spoon in there and pluck my eyeball out because I'm bleeding into the eye all the time. And so they're going to put a stent to divert the blood away from my eye, which she goes, which will be painful, but it won't be as painful as the migraines are. So it's a discomfort behind the eye all the time to replace the piercing. I'm going to go on a shooting spree freaking pain that comes in my head sometimes. All right. So, yes, I appreciate you there, Red Leg. Dark Mystic sent me a text, when I was in the ICU, I don't know if I properly thanked him or not. And then he zeroed me in freaking New World the other day. So yes, I have been on. I have been playing. I've got to come in here and do what I do in here. I can't really see my screen. I've got some major magnifying glasses to read my phone, but it's stressful. It's still too tiny. And then, look, there's things going on worldwide. This is the GunMuse channel, not the GOG channel. And there's things going on worldwide that, hold on, let me get that off and then get up here. There's things just going on worldwide that I need to address for my own life. Uh, I, for those who haven't read back over the last 25 years of articles I've written, and I've written articles for 25 years, and you talk about people getting banned off YouTube or something like that because you say it's controversial stuff, guys, they've been banning me off the web since the early 2000s. All right, for things that I was dead on right about. I predicted that Putin would become even though he got ousted as the Russian president, that he would come back. And I predicted why he would come back, because he wanted a pipeline through Syria to the Mediterranean Gulf. That was 20 some odd years ago. For those who haven't noticed, we swapped presidencies in the United States, and all the stuff that places like Germany said that they were going to quit doing because they're a member of NATO. NATO is designed to prevent Russia from expanding. Well, Germany's a member of NATO. You don't run a pipeline so that you buy all the Russian oil and prop up their economy with one of the largest economies in Europe, which is Germany, and call yourself an enemy of Russia. Trump called that stuff out, and everybody went, oh, Why? I don't understand. Because Putin's not a good guy. He is the controlling interest of oil there, and he will kill a motherfucker to make sure he stays the controlling interest of oil over there. And that's just who he is. And it doesn't matter what you think about it. Is. You have to be willing to deal with what is, not turn around and say, but I don't think he'll do it because I looked him in the eye and I said stop. Everybody said stop. He's Putin. He's not going to stop. That's like one of you trolls trying to tell me I'm going to stop. Oh, we're going to run you to death anyway. You ain't going to make me stop. It's not my nature. It's not my nature to quit. Here I am, crippled. Here I am. I'm back up on the thing. All right. So, hold on. I got other stuff I got to do. I know we're going to talk about a lot more than GOG tonight because one of the things I've done in the last month is, like I said, there's world economic things going. One of the things Russia's been trying to do for 50 years is eliminate the US dollar as the world reserve currency. And China, and I really kind of missed the boat on this. I had to go back over like 15 years of information in the last 6, 7 weeks to get myself caught up to speed to what's been going on because I hadn't been paying attention. I told people before that I bought a Bitcoin at $60 and sold it at 18,000 because I bought one in my store, but it never caught on, so I just had the one I bought to open up the wallet. Uh, Now Bitcoins are bouncing between $30,000 and $50,000, but that's not the world market of cryptocurrency. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that you're not going to get on NBC, CBS, or any of these other things. And then you got all this Reddit stuff, and I don't mean to start a fight with Reddit guys because they tend to be very irritable. Uh, but I read as reading through this 15 years of information, there's a lot of bogus information on Reddit that is just flat out stated as fact. So some of the stuff that we're going to be doing here shortly is explaining what's bogus and why. Because in the last 40 years of education, people do not have deductive reasoning. In other words, everyone argues like the world owes you definitive proof that something's going to happen, that there's always a smoking gun, that you're not allowed to fill in the blanks of what comes next based on what happened in the past. It's called deductive reasoning. For some reason, 2 generations got denied that in education. This wokeness trying to cripple education isn't the start of it, guys. This is the final drive to get people arguing with people who will not deduce anything. You're about to argue with a woke person who cannot be taught to fill in the blanks. It's all got to be multiple choice. There is no fill in the blanks. There is no essay questions here with these people. It's all multiple choice. It's either A, B, or C. It can't be, and all this stuff doesn't happen. Fill in what you think is going to happen. You're not allowed to use your own intelligence. They're going to tell you what the answer is, you know, and that's what the news does, right? It's a multiple choice test, and the news gave you the answers to the test. So that's the world in general right now. It's wonderful shit. The so the All right, so I need to hold on. I haven't told any of the people on Rogers Raiders yet that I'm live. I got to. Man, I haven't put money in my advertising account in forever. I bet I got to do that today too. All right, I think. Now you're gonna see me do what I got to do. I got two 40-inch monitors and a 60-inch monitor up above me, and I got to do this. Ah, this 40-inch monitor is literally 20 inches away from me. That's how bad it is, and it wouldn't be so bad except for I bought some nice 1080p monitors. They were just fine for what it. But now with my eyes being as bad as they are, I need a different nitrite rate. That's how bright the monitors are, and the ones that I need, $1,400 each. And they're so damn heavy, I've got to build a custom desk, which I've already built. So this is the stuff I've been doing. Is I got a whole bunch of stuff that I'm working on that I'm working on stuff so I can work on stuff, right? When shit happens, you got to make adjustments. I'm crippled up here, so I gotta work around the disabilities. Uh, and this is what I got to do to make it happen. Two. Man, I haven't done a text message blast in forever. I wonder if I should. I'm not going to do that today. You know what, guys? In my YouTube channel, this is one of these things they defunded a long time ago. They've been talking so much about the news. This is where we say in the politics world, I get into stuff that happens before it happens. If you start looking at my writings and things I've done, I did a video back when I couldn't edit any videos. I didn't even have the software. And I did this shitty job of editing video with the free OBS stuff, but the information's valid in it. And YouTube demonetized the video. And the video was on the signers of the Declaration of Independence. I highly recommend people go watch that video for the reason it was defunded is because everything I said in that video is 100% true. And because I had to use words that are boycotted on YouTube, then it was demonetized. It wasn't taken down because you can't argue with the facts. They did challenge it, but the facts, the new guard system. No, look, I don't. First of all, people who come in here and ask me about rumors, wherever you heard a rumor was a rumor, I don't even trust you as a viewer. Just to be honest. Guns of Glory sends people in here to ask me questions like that so that I can promote whatever they're thinking. And so the answer to that, Jilby GOG, since you got GOG in your name, is that sounds like a marketing question. And I don't give a fuck. All right? Go over and send that question to Disappointing Turtle. Disappointing Turtle will dig into those rumors. But the last collaboration I did with Disappointing Turtle, when we talked about rumors, I pointed out all I could do was confirm there was a rumor. And I said it that way, and I had like one or two people that pointed out that I said it a very specific way for a very specific reason, and that is, I'm not your marketing bunny. They use my account to test whether or not their marching system's working properly. They finally got to the point where on my little bitty account against the firewall system, it takes them 2 megas to zero my account. During KR, that's about proper. I would say that whatever they've made adjustments for, they've got it about balanced. I started out with about 10 million troops in the account, most of them T6 and below. I was murdering C-42s with 12,000 top stats with T3s and T4s. Murdering them. They would just pump in there, 6 or 7 of them, and send their individual marches. Poof, 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 poof. Number 1 in KR. Never sent a march out. All I did was defense. Because as we know that since last year's anniversary, when they updated the guard system, there has been no defense. So I have spent almost a year fixing defense so that somebody can play defense, because you can't have all offense on KOA. We used to go in there in K362 and have people specifically sit in the forest to take hits. We built defensive systems. It's part of a strategy in a strategy game. It's not about how much money we can send at this one time. But when we had full-fledged strategies, we spent more money. 362, we figured it out back then. 362, a KOA, as a kingdom, we probably spent $30,000 to $40,000 to participate in KOA. That's every 2 weeks. That's one kingdom. And we went up, and the opponents got harder and harder and harder. And then once we got to a point where it was on autopilot, I actually got bored with it. And then I took like 6, 7 months. I took what was January of 2000, not 20. Yeah, 20. Is that right? I can't remember. One of those years I took six, and then the videos were still so hot. All I did was videos. I was doing them on random accounts. I didn't tell you where I was, all that stuff. And because I have the largest subscribers for this game, uh, remind me guys to roll back to the subscribers of the game type thing, because there's some really neat information I found out in the last 6 weeks. Uh, the Because of the subscribers of the game, Huawei offered us a bunch of money. And when I did the math out, and I said, "Are you sure you can afford this program?" You know, you guys, a lot of you have seen the video where I had to argue to get a small payment back out of Huawei. They were supposed to owe me about 1.3 million dollars. And they would have made, but on a complete rollout, they would have cleared about 70 million. And now I know that sounds like a lot of money to people going, "Oh, it's just a YouTuber." Man, Guns of Glory was a $500 million a year. Okay. I'm the largest marketer for Guns of Glory, and that piece of shit company won't spend one nickel to promote their stuff with me directly. They have spent more money with third party companies and studios to try and run me into the ground. They could have bought my company for what they spent. I would have sold it to them. They can do whatever they want with it. I don't give a shit. It's you can't have the GunMuse name. That's the only thing I wouldn't sell. You can't have GunMuse name. It's been around longer than KOA has. I mean, GunMuse is my own deal. It's mine, and I'm still over here lost in what I'm supposed to be doing. I was gonna send out a blast. I actually got 3 different programs that I send blasts out on. So if you like, guys, if you go over to the website, if you hadn't done it before, there's a little pop-up that pops up. It pops up on every website now. But I remember when it was only us doing that. And it says, "Hey, we'd like to send you push notifications." And because it got around the email problem at the time. It also got around the problem that YouTube only sent out notifications for about 15% of my subscribers. So and I see, what are we doing here? Yeah, we're up to like 25 viewers, and I haven't told anybody I'm here yet. Guys, I'll go back over the chat here in just a minute. I'm still trying to figure out where the hell I lost a link. Dallas Data Center, which I don't use anymore. I have made some updates to the website. Since I made updates to the website, I was completely unhappy with the new hardware that I bought for the website. I went with all the new latest drive technology because I use it here in the studio, and I am fanatically happy with the way my studio is set up. Guys, I am running my Samsung DeX on one monitor on things. Oh, well, we can do that while I'm talking about this. Here's this. That's a completely different computer in the room. And I'm now capturing the video from that computer and can transmit it to you guys live. And there's a reason for that, because we're going to have what you see there is botting. But not just for games, but also because, like I said, we're gonna deal with some crypto things. I went into the Reddit stuff, and the information those guys are putting out is half-assed. It's I want to clarify the half-assed. It's 100% true, but not relevant to the problem a person is asking to solve. Okay, and I'll get into some of that a little. Simple things like the difference between 120 and 240. Some guy that's an electrician will answer the question, and he'll make a true statement that's not relevant to the problem the guy's trying to solve, because he's reading some other stuff and he doesn't understand the answer to the question. Electricians understand regulations and how things are supposed to be built in to be certified and inspected and pass inspection, but it's got nothing to do. Electricians don't work with electricity, is the best way to put it. They work with wiring and code. They do not work with electricity. So I still had to sit this blast out. I look, guys. This is why I don't get into the rumors. Okay, you have no clue what's going on with the guards. The guard system. Uh, it took too long. It's taken too long to get guards. That's the only problem I have with the guard system. Uh, I spent what did I spend that first month on the 592 castle? Like probably $2,000 and probably another 800 or 900 since then to get the guards up to snuff. And it's taking too long. There's too many steps, and no one works on anything until I bitch about it, because then the marketing team is trying to address the negative marketing. It's why they hate me. Is because me talking to you guys about what's wrong, all they hear is I'm complaining about them. They don't even take it as constructive criticism. Oh wow, we could fix that and make everybody happy. They don't think of it that way. They don't consider me your spokesperson. They consider me the enemy of their company. The and the way they cheat, lie, and steal and take money when they're wrong, that's the problem I have. I hate thieves. When you're wrong and you coded something wrong and you screwed somebody over on something they bought, refund their money and now. They don't have that capability. Uh, and when we get into the crypto stuff, I'll explain why they don't have that capability. Uh, the crypto's coming in all forms. There is a decentralized party coming that wants to use blockchain crypto technology for every government program so that it can be audited in real time. So that when a politician comes out and says, I just signed this bill and it's supposed to do X, everybody on the planet can see what happened behind the committee door because of what a staffer did. Because the staffers are changing what the law says through regulation without anybody oversight. The congressman has a responsibility of oversight, and your Congress is filled with lawyers who can't run their own law firms. That's why they became politicians. You got to remember, they failed at their chosen profession, but they figured out a way to make money, and it's called Washington. All right? So that's who's running things. That's who's the oversight are. People who are so interested in making money that they don't even know where it comes from. And automate. Oh, that's not VA push one signal. Man. I'm looking at some of my saved bookmarks here and things like Keystone's in there. Keystone is an automotive distributor, and I shut down my automotive parts store like 10 years ago. You guys want to know why I know so much about that stuff? I'm an engineer by trade. But I've done the retail stuff, and we used to software EFI. These bookmarks have not been. Microsoft backed up and reloaded my stuff during one of the updates. Well, thank you for screwing up my system. Little punks. All right, but I found my bookmark finally. Uh, oh my freaking god! There's supposed to be a share button on this page. Oh wait a minute, that's not the right page. I'm looking at the wrong stinking window. Okay, share. Video link. And I got to open it up in a new window. Paste. Let the short link become the long link because it won't freaking promote the short link. I know y'all could hear. I don't know. Did you guys hear the music? Yeah. I don't have any. I don't even have the uh, TeamSpeak up and running. I wasn't planning on doing any interviews with anybody because I just don't want to deal with certain things. Woohoo! Here are the fireworks! And like I said, I got to put money in there. Doesn't cost much, but infantry guards. Man, I'll tell you, I have been screwing with the infantry guards for pay via credit card, pay via. Holy shit, I can pay via. Look at that, right there on that website. I can pay via Bitcoin now. And I get 5% extra credits if I pay them with Bitcoin. Uh, I'm not prepared to do that today, but I will be shortly. I'll show you guys some of what I've been doing in the crypto world because I had to decide. I spent a bunch of money to determine what was true and what wasn't. I tested everybody's theory in small batches, and I just 2 days ago ramped up to stage 2, and hopefully by the end of next month, or maybe 2 months really, at the rate we're going, I'll be in stage 3 of playing around where I've got money coming in automatically. Well, I got money coming in automatically 30 times a day right now. I'll show you the invoice summary. Oh, here's one of the problems. A whole bunch of websites do not use bold lining. It's asking me to click a checkbox. That I can't see. Well, I am. No, this ain't taped. No, look, guys, that's real. Oh, server's down. It just hadn't booted me yet. All right. No, that was live. 103 minutes. So we started our maintenance randomly on a Saturday, minutes after I freaking went live. No, they ain't screwing with stuff, but that's all right. We had other stuff to talk about anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Uh, you know what? Screw it. I'm just not going to tell people. We're up 25 views. All right. So, yeah, can't do that. I hadn't touched anything in a half an hour. I had it up ready to prep for things. So until I actually tried to interface with a game, the game didn't tell my device that it was offline, right? All right, so I'm not going to send out notifications since I wish you'd have told me that before. I wouldn't. I'm not going to send out notifications from the website on Getting to Glory if that's what we're doing. We're just going to go through the things. Let me go back up through here to the chat. Hold on. I need to live streaming. Oh, I wanted to try this button. Where did I put it? Did that work? Daniel, thank you very much. That did not work. That gave me, I'm playing with my Stream Deck. Authorize Elgato. Nope. Uh, See, things like links and stuff, I didn't want to have to type them out all the freaking time. I just wanted to put them on a button. You know, that's all it's supposed to do was do that up, but that's that. Uh, that being said, all right. So let's get out of this. I don't want to close the DEX. Look at that fucking slimy. Like, meantime, go. We could go to their Facebook page. It's the most worthless piece. You know, they don't have a website. They have no way of contacting them. All they got is social media so that they can use it for marketing purposes. They don't even address things from social media. But like Facebook has 48 managers that are managing their Facebook. Not a one of them has any way of telling you what the hell and where the hell. These people do not have. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So while I was down, I spent a lot of time in bed, so I was looking at my phone through a pair of 4-power magnifying glasses, and I started catching up on some reading on my phone and stuff. And then it was like the first time forever that I've watched the news. I'm in the same kingdom, 592. Yeah. No, it's whatever I want it to be. Hold on, I can edit it. You got to remember, hell, it's not even going to be Guns of Glory. They're broke. Guns of Glory just went down in the middle of UAC, right? What time is it? Oh no, UAC's over. I don't even know what time of day it is. Yeah. All right. So good as time and any for maintenance, I guess. Ah, the Deheezy, man. What's going on? Are you wanting to come on TeamSpeak, Deheezy? I don't even have it turned on. The I'll turn on TeamSpeak. Since we don't have freaking anything else, I still can't figure out how to beat the two defensive cab guards with anything. I can be 20% above the guy on stats, tops and bottoms, and still lose to the cav only guards because of the multiple layers of triggering in the combination of the two cav guards. Uh, the guards are the cav guards were really powerful to begin with. We never had a real good cav attack guard set up, so there. That's I haven't looked at anything, so don't get me into too much of that stuff because I just hadn't done it. But yeah, there's that. Oh, no, we don't want that room. There we go. You guys should have heard channel switching and stuff. And I need to pop this top chat out. All right. The hold on, I'm going back over the stuff still. Uh, like I said, I've never gone anywhere. GunMuse isn't going anywhere. The other nice thing is look, the trolling went personal back in May, and I threw a bunch of money that I use for testing at a fucking lawyer to go after one particular guy. So it sucked my little fund money fund dry. You know, I got a couple $1,000s a month worth of testing and fund money that I do. Doesn't mean Guns of Glory always gets it. And if I have to deal with a troll that badly that I have to get a lawyer involved, well, that's where your guys' money went. The is they literally in the game. You know, I can't even show you that stuff now because they shut the game off right when we did the live. Uh, but there was stuff like, you know, welcome to the, what do you call it? Not the woke world. You know, cancel culture. That's what it was. Welcome to cancel culture. In other words, my opinion is more than yours because I'm now going to make false accusations, and the false accusations have way too much power. The not against me, as they come to find out, didn't slow me down, hadn't slowed down my stuff. I still make money. YouTube still sent me my check on time, guys. You know, that's end of settings on that one. The so dealing with the trolls are dealing with the trolls, but these people that are now in this woke world cancel culture type of thinking, somebody's told them they're all victims and therefore they have power. And they didn't listen to anybody else go, I'm just not going to acknowledge your victimhood. You know, you made your shit up. You're acted on stuff that's in your own head. That's also known as a psychosis. The you know, the fact that you trained people to believe it doesn't mean, that the media says, oh my gosh, you have to believe everyone who repeats what we want. You know, I don't. I still believe in facts. The matter of fact, I'm more inclined to facts than I am to, other stuff. Like I said, I was starting to see stuff that was in the uh, that was coming out in certain news. I'm like, why is one person over on? Because I was in the hospital, and hospitals are required to have left wing news, and you can't find the freaking. I don't even like watching Fox News anymore. It's too left wing for me. Except for the weekends when they got the military guys on there. All the special forces guys are awesome because they're allowed to speak their mind, and Fox doesn't want to be caught kicking those guys off the air. But that's why they only got a 1 hour Saturday show and shit like that too. You know, they can speak their mind. They're not going to get fired. All right, so get out of this. So I started dicking around, and it's like, well, so why are these people talking about crypto, and why is it negative? And the last time I seen that type of news product was the vape world, because I actually owned a vape store at one point in time. And all of a sudden, here come eBay, Amazon, and Google all telling everybody that vape had formaldehyde in it. People are still repeating that on the air today. If your vape has formaldehyde in it, you bought your vape in China, because every food product in China has formaldehyde in it. Here's a news flash. If you think formaldehyde is so damn toxic, then why did all my food in the military have it? They didn't give us a can of beer overseas that you didn't have to, that if you, as long as you didn't shake it up too much, you could pour the top layer of formaldehyde off the top of the beer. But I guarantee you, I've drank more formaldehyde. I could have pickled my body 4 times over after I'm dead. It's a common product in most of the third world countries for storing stuff at room temperature. You know, you're going to get a warm beer. It's not going to be a bad beer. It's just going to have a little formaldehyde in it. That's just the way it works. So the last time I saw that problem, look, they've got Thomas right now. The number one question I get asked, okay, when Thomas asked the question, is like, one of the new guards coming has a 750% attack boost on cav. All right. Uh, the well, the distance guard I got's got a 500% attack boost on it. on distance. And distance can produce more damage. Okay. The problem has been that the lack of understanding of the guard system is you have to play as a team to use the new guard system. If you can't do it on attacks, but then if you've watched any of the videos where I showed you that they were pulling up, man, one of the videos, I've got to go back out and cut that portion of the live video out. It was one of the morning KVKs, and the guy just flat out admitted live on the air that he was pulling the bins up and he knew he was going to win the fight. What is BIN? That's the database system that they use over at Guns of Glory. And once he launched the attack, the results of the attack was already in the computer, even though it takes 15 minutes for the march to land. He knew he was going to win the fight and at what cost before it landed. And if he wasn't going to win, they could always cancel the rally and readjust. And then they would negotiate if there was no way for them to possibly win. All right. That's a deductive reasoning. It was like, oh, he just makes. I don't make that up. That was on film. All right. Live on film. And then when we got one of the videos has the Excel spreadsheet where if you wonder how they're finding you so fast in these KRs, that's because they are literally downloading the database from the back of the GOG platform. There's nothing fair. They've got a room where they share this information, or one guy trades cheat information for favors, trying, and usually to try and capture wonders through via no loss events, things like that. I shut that stuff down. Everybody's wondering why I'm doing what I'm doing over in 592. I shut it down. I'm not participating in anybody's alliance. I'm not participating in any no loss events. So you can't use the cheats at your disposal. You have to deal with me in kingdom, you cheating little bastards. So the cheating little bastards are screwed. You got to click on the guard talents during the fights. Yep. Yeah, that's what Aramis and Ann are designed to do, is cancel it. Yeah, but infantry is still weak. Uh, I don't know who Chris B is, Eric. You're acting like I should know who that is. I don't know who that is. I know Girls is, and it's with a Z. Uh, Eric, Aramis and Ann has been on my screen for 2.5 months. Just so you know, it's been my sole defense setup for 2.5 months, 3 months. I am way ahead of the other guys. They just because somebody with higher stats than me is now using what I used doesn't mean I didn't know what the relationship between the guards are. Our problem has been that 592 keeps getting paired up with solo accounts that can outmatch. Like Dark Mystic hit me with his T13s. Uh, I mean, he killed like 5 million of my troops in one hit. T13s are 20% higher than T12s. I mean, and anytime you break out of the 20% bubble, and that's not including stats, that's just the base. So once just going from T12s to T13s breaks the 20% bubble. So T13s kill T12s. That's what they do. And so it's a money thing. Yeah, I think I'm barely 16, 17K on the distance. I quit spending on the stats. They banged out uh, the airship upgrades and the gems real close together, and the guard weapon and the guard upgrades all close together. And so part of what I do here is how to keep your cost of spending down, right? So I started going through my normal ritual that I've done over the last 3 years to figuring out what it takes to get about half of them done for free, which is usually what you could get done. Oh, hell no. I couldn't even get 15% of the upgrades done for free. Uh, so they changed the events up so much that like, damn these people, we're a pay-for-play game, start paying us to play. That is what they keep thinking. Again, they don't even understand how to play their game, so they always think that I'm just criticizing them for demanding more money. Okay, Bill. Oh, Eric, I'm not calling it a meat shield no more. It's called a firewall. While I was building up in the new format the old meat shield because everybody was still asking for it, because just throwing numbers at it worked. The because when part of the calculation of attack and defense is your volume of troops. So having 10 million T1s makes it a 10 million number, just as much as it makes a 10 million T12s. It's just they it's much cheaper to replace 10 million T1s than it is to replace 10 million T12s, of course. Uh, and then the firewall balances out so that a T12 guy isn't usually going to get past your T3s in one hit, which if you got to buy speed ups, if it's, let's say it's a loss event and you had to buy speed ups, you're only talking about $20. But if he killed one of your T12 marches, because that's all you had and it takes forever to build one of those, you're talking $250. So it's 10 cents on the dollar to use my firewall system. The uh I I don't need to. Gilby, why do I got to go look at another YouTuber? You're over here marketing again. Is that the sponsored player, Gilby, that suddenly came out of nowhere and decided he was going to do YouTube and just and dump 30 grand in on an account, which nobody does? You can't even spend money as fast as the guy spent the money. They forget I do know how the game works, and there's certain limits to how much you can spend per day. So when you have stats that climb up faster than the capable spending of the account, then there's something else going on. You forget, guys. I don't just click buttons and say, give me money, YouTube. I actually do the research. I know where the limits are. The so there's you got to be in my world a little bit. Uh the Well, the T2 infantry firewall was the old firewall, right? You have T13s now, Eric? See, I don't have T13s to test because on defense, your bigger troops are going to kick back. So you're over here advertising another channel on my channel is what you're saying. So when I called you a marketer earlier, I was dead on. Remember how I know things that are happening before they happen without you telling me? I don't need the definitive, you've been busted. You just announced to the world, you just confessed. I'm talking to the evil developers. There are no evil developers. There's people that just they get paid, they do what they're told. The people telling them what to do don't know what they're asking for. It's not evil, good or bad. The reason I am successful is because I know how the system works as well. I know that when somebody decides they're going to make a new system, they got to schedule and fund and budget studio time. Then they got to schedule, fund, and budget the different portions of studio time, making graphics, things like that. All these things cost money. So for me to come on after they've already completed something, uh, what was that? Well, what the hell? Hold on here. For me to come on after they've already completed something and knock holes in it, I seem like the evil guy because I'm always knocking holes in something that should have had some forethought. You have to actually know how to do your job. But unfortunately, 27-year-olds who graduate college with a degree in whatever they think they've got a degree in do not comprehend they don't know what they're doing yet. They just got a degree in something. And I don't know what the hell's going on there. Let me get my studio software up here. Hmm. Well, I'll tell you what we can do. If I did that. All right. I think my phone just timed out. That's all it was. I don't normally use this phone, but I had a plan for today, so I use this phone. All right. So we got a lot of free-to-play players. One of the things I started realizing was free-to-play players all got phones, right? What if there was a way to make money uh, just owning a phone? And that's why I got into this crypto thing. So you guys see this thing I got up here on crypto. This is one of the programs, and I'm not going to recommend this program right just yet because I haven't reached the day that I pay out, and I don't know what their fees are. Everything's got a fee. Uh, well, never mind. There's the program. So like if I go into my cryptos and I get withdraw, I'm 77% from withdrawing my crypto. This is run on my phone. It's been run on my phone for a month. It doesn't kill the battery. Uh, you've got to have a minimum of 0.00005, 5/10,000ths of a Bitcoin to transfer it to a wallet to spend it, which is about 17 bucks. But like I said, I don't know what the fee is. And you can do like 4 currencies at a time. Bitcoin, of course, being the highest valued one. This is called cloud mining. Uh, because your phone is basically a graphics device, it's a very efficient cloud miner. For as small as the phone is, with the 4 currencies that program things, I think it figured it out to be $34 right now. At the and crypto is at the bottom of the market. So $34 at the bottom of the market. If it went back up to where it was 3 months ago, it'd be $96 in 6 weeks, just running on your phone. So it was a way to put something on your phone that just generated capital. Uh, they have started putting crypto ATMs in gas stations in my neighborhood. All the gas stations where all the meth labs are apparently, because that's who needs to send the money down to Mexico is the drug dealers. That's because crypto's not trackable. The look, we're going to wind up in a crypto world, and crypto world is going to allow uh, thieves to be thieves. But thieves are always going to be thieves. It's in their nature. So, uh, do I like the older ones better? I look. Oh, hold on here. I missed something. I got to make that bigger again. There we go. Okay, so we were talking about the meat shield. I got sidetracked with my phone going down. Oh, I know what I needed to do. I needed to block old Gilbert here. There we go. All right, Gilbert's out there promoting one of the marketing companies' new marketing efforts. Quite frankly, I will let the marketing company know building a big high dollar castle, which is the first time I did that this time, because I'd always done the fat of the market, wasn't the smart move. Me and Creed talked this over in nauseum. I built too big too fast for people to pay attention. It turned off a lot of the audience. Uh, the Most people wanted to know the little tricks to win at $30, $40. That's where the market's at. So when you're looking at it from a business standpoint, building a channel and being informative, you can't walk in there with a $25,000-$30,000 castle and tell everybody this is what it is, because quite frankly I can't test it at that point. I have to use, and you saw some of the videos where I brought in like my C22 to start doing testing again, which I hadn't done in like a year because I just couldn't use my C42. It's too big to test things. Uh, that's that's a different type of game at that level. Uh, they need to respect the design of their rules of just let C40s join other kingdoms for strategic spending games. If I want to spend, and I honestly, I've been offered like a dozen times a nice castle over in Kingdom 33 to come play with them, and I figure being a mediocre player in Kingdom 33 would be between $800 and $1,000 a month. And I might actually want to. It's actually been a thought on my mind that do I want to log on and go kind of do that kind of thing, and not for the YouTube purposes, but just to play and enjoy the damn day. The I enjoyed KVKs once upon a time until the guys the strategery got taken away by the developers handing out their passwords. The uh, two kingdoms are hard to do. Yeah, two castles are hard to do. Uh, my crypto site is idletools.com. Not done yet. I'm just now starting to put stuff in there. Uh, Man, look, I went through the Reddits and the how-tos, and I watched a bunch of videos, and there's this other guy with Texas who's been doing crypto videos forever. Okay, and I'm not trying to compete against him, but I am going to start doing some videos because he confused me. All right, he got to talking about things he knows and didn't realize other people didn't know it too. And I actually made a comment on his thing about that. And then all of a sudden he started doing videos where he starts doing videos about the definitions. And you could see he is bored out of his mind talking about what the words mean. Uh, and I don't blame him. But it's dirty work you got to do. He just needs to learn to do it a little more. His name is Son of Tech. Uh, the He will talk way over your head, but he's also very, very focused on what's called GPU mining. That's mining with the graphics cards in your things. He doesn't talk about trading, and he just bought his first ASIC after he poo-pooed ASICs forever, and then went, "Oh my God, this ASIC is awesome! I'm making $9-10 a day." Where on his GPU he's making two. The uh, the But I'm going to show some of that stuff. Uh, well, God, I hope so. The Hold on, I will show. Look here we. This is one of the reasons I use my regular phone. I'm using. We're talking, and I was telling you that we got some new stuff talking about bots, right? So I'm gonna go over here and show my bots. I have 54 bots running. All right. These bots have been up for 2 days. This bot made 68. That's profit. Okay. Uh, this bot, every one of these bots is about 2 days old, and they're going to run forever. So this bot made 68 cents. This bot made $1.05. This bot's made $3.47. Okay. $5.12, $5.08. I actually just retuned the bots last night. That's why I'm not going to go into depth about what I'm doing here to make, and it doesn't sound like much, 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents here. Uh, this Hive one is the only bot I've got losing money. And I honestly cannot figure out why. But Hive is software that I use to run the ASIC miners. And I can't figure out why that one's losing money. I've got to really deep dive into that one. But as you can see, this is every tradable currency, like a stock exchange, that you can trade in. I've got every one of them in, and I'm making money on every single one of them. Okay. And the stats just reset for the day. So far today, I've made 64 cents. But in the last, this is about, I say 2 days, it's been about 30 hours. I made $17 in a little over 24 hours. Okay. So, but there, that, like, this is the start of the new month. And right before the end of the month, I made like $90 in 1 second on one trade. So there's these random growths that you can get. And I'm going to get into this stuff, but that's why I had to go build out the studio so that I could do things like show you a completely different computer that I run botting software on. Now, this botting software that I just showed you, that's my phone I'm looking at. That one's running on their servers. I pay a monthly fee for that one. Botting software is not very complicated. Buy low, sell high, look for triggers. Rather than pay $500-600 a year for that, I probably am going to build my own botting algorithm and tie it in an API and not pay any fees. But that'll be just for me. I won't be selling that to anybody because I've got other things I want in a bot that this bot don't do, like look at the last months of averages and don't buy when you're within 20% of the last month's top average. Limit your purchasings. It doesn't do that right now. Oh my fucking God. No, it did not, asshole. Bitcoin did not crash. That's called NBC. Oh my God. After a billionaire bought Bitcoin. You mean Mark Cuban went out and created his own version of a cryptocurrency, and because he's an arrogant, commie fucking asshole who tells everybody that makes a product in America, send it to China as fast as fucking possible, the decentralized crypto people crashed his currency. He did not buy Bitcoin, and Bitcoin did not crash. Oh, see, asshole probably reads Reddit. That's why I said there's just a bunch of bullshit information out there, but he knows that to be a fact. What I said is not true. Mark Cuban built his own thing. The dirty little stinky thing that Mark Cuban did after he lost his money in cryptocurrency, he went straight to Biden and started yelling, the federal government needs to regulate cryptocurrency because he lost money. Everybody else is making money. Fucking little bastard, man. Well, to expand what I do into things that no one else does. All right, you got to understand that what I'm doing over at Rogers Raiders is expanding what we do on things that no one else does. That's what we've always done. No one else has gone out and built the tools that we built for everybody. No one else has done, set up the things. I have promoted more YouTubers than anybody. Usually what happens is they get a little in their own head and they decide that they don't want to listen to the advice I'm giving them when I've already gone out and made the mistakes that I'm trying to help them avoid. Yeah, that program I just showed you was cloud mining. It's free. And Bitcoin hadn't crashed. Bitcoin is, I think, what, 30? Well, fuck. Hold on. I'm trading in Bitcoin currency. And look, there's no such thing as crash, okay? A Bitcoin is worth a Bitcoin is worth a Bitcoin. The same way a dollar is worth a dollar is worth a dollar. Now it becomes about what's a dollar worth in relevance to another currency. What's a Bitcoin relevant to a US dollar? Well, right now, a Bitcoin's worth 34,000 US dollars. Okay? And what's funny is I've been reading so deep into this stuff. The decline chart that just happened this summer that everybody's doing this panic stuff about, oh my God, it's crashing, mimics a 1914 real world stock market because real world stock traders are trading in crypto now, and they're applying their old business models that they built in their bots to trade currencies into the Bitcoin in the cryptocurrency market, and now the crypto market is going up and down the same way the old stock market did. So some people are planning ahead, but that's not what my bots do. My bots make 10, 20, 30 cents at a time. They invest $5, and when it's worth 1.5% more, including the fees. So there's a fee for every trade, right? So I pay like, 0.2 cents or 10 cents a trade. Well, I don't even know what I pay. But the bot knows how much I pay for a fee. And once the stock goes up enough that I've made 1.5%, it sells. That's all it does. So let's say the market did what what's his name say? Let's say every crypto crashes, and it does, because it does follow Bitcoin, Bitcurrency. And you can see right here where I have $2,177 worth of money in this account right now. All right, which is only worth 0.06 Bitcoin. 5/100ths of a Bitcoin is all my $2,100 is in there. Now that's $2,177. Last month I started out with $200 in the account just to find out if I was just going to lose it all. Because if I had read Reddit or listened to people who make stupid statements like it's all crashed, then I would have just thrown my $200 in there and it all been gone, right? But I turned my $200 into $400 in the course of a month. Doubling my money in 30 days, you can't ask for anything better. All right. So you see like a red number here that says today I'm down $46.46. That's because I bought crypto that has gone down in value, and I'm still holding it, waiting for it to go up in value. But the minute it goes up, the bot's going to sell it, and that number will always be a positive number. So that's money, so my total in what I hold. So my total in holdings, you see right here, $2,210. Right now I got $46 that's in the negative simply because the market's down on certain cryptocurrencies. Okay. It's a patience game. This is not supposed to be if you could just plug money in and it just crank out money every second, everybody do it. You got to have a little money to play with this stuff. So, let me grab them. I'll unplug here for a second. Tell you how deep I got into this stuff, man. This is me being bored because I couldn't fucking do anything on the computers, right? I tell everybody I get freaking bored, man. Oh, shit. I was talking about all that stuff. Okay, so there's the numbers. I have $2,200. It's down 46.46. 21.77. I'm actually up $177. Is what that comes out to. And that $46, you've just got to train your brain to know that's negative on my holdings. It's still going to go up at some point in time. Thanks. So I started getting into these things. You've seen these crypto miners. Because China, after the Paris Accords, this is where we get into the politics of this stuff, right, guys? They went over there and said, China's building a coal mine plant a week, and they're polluting the planet doing this. So China went and told Biden that they were not going to allow crypto mining in China anymore. And they sent the army in there to shut down all the crypto mines so that they could be better environmental stewards of the planet. That is bullshit. And I'll tell you why that's bullshit. China has been mining crypto I have 4 of those machines in this. Oh, no. Yeah, 4 of those machines in here right now. I got one running in the room. You can't even hear it. That's the other thing I've been doing this last month is trying to figure out, because some of the videos I'm going to be doing on the crypto mining is I think it's a good balance to have a production facility, but holy shit, your wife ain't going to allow this shit in the house, guys. Whew, this stuff is loud. So me being an engineering type, I've already got some plans on how to set up for what will be a normal house. How you can set this stuff up to do the crypto mining at your house, because some of the information out there is just so wrong. the like I run these in this room with no exhaust, and 3 crypto miners would make the room about 95, 98 degrees. I mean, they produce that much heat too, not just noise. So it doesn't do you any good to monitor how much electricity the machine works if you're not monitoring how much electricity your air conditioner has to do to overcome the heat of the machine. So we don't want to store the heat in the house or the building. You know, I'm in an industrialized building. So I'm going to go to an extreme for me, but first I got a little window project going. I'm going to build me a box out of wood to put in my window so that I can put these crypto machines in the window so they suck air from inside the house to outside the house. So that, and not to keep it cool. Everybody gets this over all these videos I've been seeing. The guys are putting them in like igloo coolers and then going out and spending like $200 at Home Depot to buy these insulated, under the house ducting pegs that will knock the noise down. Because their wife's complaining about the noise of these things. They run about 130, 140 decibels. There's a lot cheaper ways of doing this so that you can expand the operation. And right now, like on eBay, these like these S7s, I'm going to put these S7s up on eBay. They work perfectly fine. I just want bigger machines. And actually, all the machines I bought mine Bitcoin or any Bitcoin type product. SHA 256 mining. They all do that. I want a L3 Plus miner, and I waited about 2 days too late. That guy I was telling you about, Son of Tech on the YouTube, he went out and told everybody, he's like, I bought an L3 Plus miner because the price of them dropped. And then he plugged it in, and Doge went through the roof. And all of a sudden, he's making $9 to $12 a day off his miner that he paid $500 for. And the next day on eBay, all the miners are $1,100, $1,200. So the fans they use, my volume is low. I will turn that up a little bit there and see if that. Probably don't have the mic in front of my face. I just pulled the mic up in front of it so it's underneath my chin. Yeah. Man, I want to. I just honestly got so much. Well, here's the thing, Tom. It's the game thing is a problem with my eyes right now. So for the next couple of months, until I get this see what the results of the surgery is. I shouldn't say that surgery is going to be automatically wonderful because I don't know that. But I'm going to have to get some surgery done, or I'm going to have to buy one of these $1,400 monitors so that I can see what's going on there, because I have to see what I'm doing. I cannot do the research in a game where I am like this in front of the monitor all day long. I tell you, I've been playing Star Wars just because it's been fun. I'm not going to do any Star Wars videos. They gave away Star Wars: The Old Republic for free on Steam. Creep, you guys remember Creep? Creep's got a guild over there in Star Wars. You can go download the game for free and join the guild. We're winning events. The guild's only a couple weeks old. We're winning events there. Quite frankly, I'll tell you the entertaining part about the Star Wars thing. The in-game movies are better than watching some of the Star Wars movies themselves. It's been highly entertaining. I've gotten a lot of entertainment out of it. The CryptoTab Pro, I've got that over on the website. That was the first thing I played with. I don't like the CryptoTab Pro, but you can put it on anything. On the phone, it sucks. On a computer that you're ignoring, the CryptoTab Pro actually does a really good job because it never stops. There's guys out there using, I mean, the reason I bought this, guys, this capture video, is I need, if I'm going to talk about crypto and the different ways that you can do crypto so that you can do something to produce a little bit of money for yourself with what you've got, whether it be a cell phone. I've got a dozen Android tablets and phones and everything. My wife buys us new phones every year. I've got 3 freaking Samsung phones sitting around here. Well, these Samsung phones don't burn squat for electricity. And like I said, they're at the bottom of the market making $20, but when crypto goes back up, it's worth 90. You don't have to sell it in US dollars at the bottom of the market. You can wait till it goes up. It's worth a Bitcoin's worth a Bitcoin worth a Bitcoin. If it mines me 0.0005 Bitcoin, wait till it's worth more money. It's gonna all the rest of this year, crypto's gonna climb. That's my only prediction. And I'm not a financial advisor, and I damn sure wouldn't tell you, well, that means buy Bitcoin and hold it. That'd be stupid. That's not the way to make money. It's not. You got to remember, crypto is not company stock. When you go buy stock in AT&T and it goes up, yes, the stock is worth more money. You buy $1 worth of AT&T, you buy $1 worth of crypto. They both go up to $2. They're both worth $2. But AT&T produces revenue. Now, this is where the crypto guys got smart, and I did not know this until this month. So they charge you fees to move money around. All right, so when you're mining with these machines like I got over here, you may not find a coin that you mined. So what they do is they take all the fees for trading in their currency and they throw the fees at the miners. And you get a share of the fees simply because you're running mining machines. So I get a guaranteed so many dollars per day. It's what I didn't know and what I don't know could fill rooms, man. But I understand electronics industry, heat exchangers, and I can tell you right now, all the guys giving advice on this stuff, they don't know shit. They were gamers who think that you can put 50 fans in something and it'll get cooler. Air exchange is the most inefficient heat exchange that you could possibly have. I'm going to, if I could, well, this, I know I'm jumping around here. So China said they were shutting down crypto mining because of the Paris Accords. Only one problem. Those machines that I've got sitting here, where are they? They should be selling them. They're not anywhere to be found on the market. Matter of fact, go look up a video card for a gaming machine. Last year when I bought the new video card for this, or my wife bought, it was my last year's birthday. My wife bought me the RX 590 to put in this machine to record video and make the videos faster, right? $250. They're $1,000 right now. A used one on eBay is going between $500 and $600 because it'll produce $7 a day. Holy shit. You've got to ignore what people look. Thieves want crypto. It's the easiest way to move money outside, drug money outside the United States. Like I said, there's a crypto ATM machine. They keep talking about New York. I, as the mayor of New York, are going to make it possible to have crypto ATM machines on every corner. That's what the new guy that just got elected to the Democratic Party, which means it's Omnis Dominus, he's going to be the new mayor of New York, is stated. So what that American politician just said is, I'm going to make US dollar worthless, which is what Russia's been trying to do for 50 years. So who's ever mined up the most crypto is going to control world currency. That's China. Okay. In other words, with the help of one party, United States, crippling the U.S. economy. Because the way you can overcome what's coming is by allowing people to produce goods. And COVID was the excuse to not produce anything. That was the brick through the window that started this cascade. Everybody else went back to work a lot faster than we did, except for the two first world countries, Britain, United States, right? The two people aligned monetarily different than the rest of the world. We let our people own it. See, and this is something this woke generation doesn't get. The difference between a Democrat and a Republican, or used to be a Republican, is a Democrat believes the government owns money. They printed it, it's theirs. And they'll let you know how much of their money you're allowed to keep. And basically since 30s, when they passed that constitutional amendment that said the Congress can tax you any damn way it feels like it, that's been true. But the foundation of the United States was it's your property, you own it, you're just required to pay some taxes so that we can operate a government. They don't like that asking people for your money stuff because at some point you're going to say no. Remember that right to protest? They don't believe in the right to protest when it comes to giving up your money and your property. So you got to remember that. I think this chat's stuck on me. You know, I didn't even look at the multi-stream. Man, guys, if I've been ignoring you, but I haven't, so nobody's watching. Okay. Nobody's watching over there on frickin', what's that called? Twitter, not Twitter. I don't have the Twitter thing set up. Oh, I keep doing this. So this 4K capture card, I'm going to show people how to set up other devices. Okay. Like I've got this thing sitting here. All right. The machine that I use to produce videos on is a very powerful graphics processor. So at night, I reboot the machine using this. And so this machine makes me $10 a day while I go to sleep. I'm not using the thing. When I go to sleep, however I go to sleep. And you see that I'm using Bittrex here. I'm actually using a whole bunch of exchanges. I'll get into exchanges when we start to get into those kind of videos. You see others. That's right now all the US dollars that I had in the account have bought other currencies. So I don't think I have, you know, I can go to my assets and find out. Yeah, I got $50 left of US dollars. But you can see right there, I got $55 of this, $65 of that, $66 of that, $100 of Doge. All right. And so Doge is down 1.5, but it's got to go up. Once it goes up 1.5% over where I bought it at. All right. Then it'll put the $100 back in the account. Same thing with Solve. Solve's been doing me good. I've been doing good with Solve. Solve is not even on their list. I found it by accident. And I've been doing good with it. It's like a hidden little crypto. I made a lot of money with Solve. All right. But yeah, so we're going to get into some of this stuff because you've got these devices laying around your house. And quite frankly, it's just smart to start thinking, even if I'm wrong in my prediction that we're you know, there's going to be some fight in the United States. We still got an army. All right. So undercutting us with a U.S. reserve currency, undercutting the U.S. reserve currency by force. I believe right now that China and Russia think that they don't have to ask permission to get it done. All they've got to do is make it so that you can go down to the local convenience store and use crypto. Like I said, I just went to buy a thing and it turned around and asked me if I wanted to pay with Bitcoin on their website. I actually have a plugin where I can make it so you can pay with Bitcoin on my website. And I'm probably going to have to install that at some point. I'm actually waiting for Stripe. I figure Stripe is going to put that deal in for me. And I'm just kind of hoping they do that for me. So I'm waiting on that one. But yeah, sitting with your head buried in the phone. But like I said, there's things that you can do that you have to pay attention. I'll tell you the game I've been playing a lot. I like it. Hold on, let me go find it. My train station game. I've ignored it the last 24 hours, which is not good. I'm probably nowhere close to the top here. I have been winning these events. Yeah, but you got to pay attention to win these events. I like this game. This is a strategy game. The way you pay to play this game is by watching ads when you want to get stuff done like I just did, right? So it's going to give me my free stuff. I watched a 30-second video. This is what I was going to get back to on Guns of Glory. So, Fun Plus is a lot of these ads. Nothing that they tell you is true about their games in these ads. And the only game they're not promoting is Guns of Glory. But survival, KOA, all that other stuff, they're promoting that stuff. But this is one of these mental strategy games where you make things, you move things, you got to plan ahead on how much you're going to make because you got limited storage, and it's honestly one of the things I liked about some of the like WoW back in the day. You know, I like playing the auction house like more than I did playing WoW sometimes. But I like the original WoW when we used to have 40-man raids and everybody had to work together, and that's just not true anymore. The Star Wars games, I'm more interested in the storyline. I don't know squat about Star Wars. I don't even know if the in-game stuff is true about the stuff, but it's entertaining. It hadn't gone stupid on me, so I'm happy with that. Oh, yeah, I got a whole bunch of them fake ads downloaded. I was going to do a video on that one time because I had like 10 of those fake GOG ads, but they're not advertising Guns of Glory. They announced that in our Kingdom chat in 592. You know, for all the people who turn around and act like, you know, they go onto my YouTube channel and act like I'm paranoid and stuff. We got one guy, Lost King, depends on who you're talking to on the day you're talking to him. You know, it's like 4 different people work at the account. And they're like, oh, well, we're just not going to publish or produce on the GOG. And I've seen the results. I see the ads that come up, and the GOG ads are gone. This is called Train Station 2. I like the old Railroad Tycoon, but it won't run on a modern computer. So this is a good game. You don't the stuff where you can spend money. Patience is your profit, man. Just don't. If you got to have it now, spend money. But honestly, because I do the I have spent money on here, but only because you know I get impatient on certain things. I'm like, I don't feel like doing it, and I'll click a button because I'm tired. I'm tired of waiting on something. You know, that's where the profit. I like a game that's that way. It's okay if I spend my money to save my time. It's my time. RTX. I've got an RX 590. I don't have an RTX. I was waiting 2 months for the 6700s to come out, so I just got a card to get me by. Because, like I said, I'll spend money to save myself time. My 1080 Ti was taking me. Oh, this is what pisses me off about this. It was taking me 6 hours to process a 4K video on that 1080 Ti, and the 590, you know, same 4K video takes 21, 22 minutes, and I gave the kid who cleaned out my shop that 1080 Ti, and they're going for like $400 on eBay right now. because it was junk to me. I never thought I'd ever use it again. Now that this West game, now that says Lexang, but that is one of these Fun Plus type games. They're putting them under different companies. Fun Plus is rebranding under other companies out of China, just so everybody knows. And I got tired of chasing it. It's like I shouldn't have to get that deep. I can't get a 3090, and I'm not paying $3,000 for one. There's no way I'm paying $3,000 for a 3090. Not happening. Okay, so we'll get back into the mining thing. A 3090, what it'll produce for mining, the money you'll get back, go onto eBay and buy an RX 480. They run about $200. You can get one used. They will produce the same amount of money as my RX 580 and they cost half as much. There is no difference between the RX 488 gig and the RX 590 8 gig. In fact, you can flash the BIOS to make it say it's a 590. Yeah, well, I had a deal working with Nvidia in the works when this stuff blew up. This is another reason I got interested in crypto. All of a sudden, I can't get a video card out of Nvidia, right? They're like, look, I can't even get you one. I was like, look, I'll pay for it. I was like, I'm just telling you, I can't even get you one. The back orders are that big. So this crap of we all quit crypto mining is bullshit. I was in Best Buy the other day. They don't have a single video card on the shelf in Best Buy. Not one of any type. Because any modern video card has a certain capability to produce some kind of mining, and it's just about dollars in versus dollars out. The recovery cost on a video card, they used to say you wanted to, whatever you paid for a video card, you want to recover you wanted to make enough money in mining to get your money back in 90 days. Well, it's at 180 days right now. And on some of this higher end stuff, it's literally at 9 months, and that's too long. Your value to resell goes down faster than that. That's not my desktop soon. That's Samsung DeX. I hook my phone to my computer, and it's called Samsung DeX, D-E-X. I got videos on it. All right. And the Samsung DeX, you can take your phone anywhere. You can broadcast it up to your TV. You can Bluetooth a keyboard and mouse to it and literally use your cell phone as a desktop computer on your 80-inch TV if you want to. And it's fast. It's actually faster than using BlueStacks and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's really good for filming. It's a little pain in the ass. I have to reset the Samsung DeX every time if I know I'm going to use it for filming. And that has something to do with the recording software talking to that particular window. I don't know what the hell the deal is, but it's just a pain in the ass that you have to deal with. BlueStacks is not laggy. It's not designed to be. BlueStack is a different software environment running inside your current environment. Your computers just don't really do that much with it. Over here on this one, hold on. So, as you see here, I got Nox on this one. This is the first. I never could get Nox to work properly with GOG before, but I'm testing a GOG bot. This is a combat bot that I'm building. Not to do combat for you, but while you're offline, to get the shit done that you don't have time to get done every day, because the developers have had no qualms in botting against me. I'm about to open up my entire market to a bot that helps them stay on top completely for free. So what the whole point of the bot we're developing here is for it to go in and not, I don't give a shit about farming food. If you haven't figured out, the developers are selling you food for $13. You can buy billions of food for $13. It's cheaper than what you can buy it through the store. The developers got this black market. They're never going to shut that down. They're not running bot farms inside your kingdom anymore. They're just spawning the castles with a developer login and selling you the shit they spawned inside the castles right off of them. Yeah. So, if they want to keep playing that way, that they're not going to control their own employees running a black market system out the back, then you can expect that they don't control their employees who want to win and will use that same resources to help them win. So my answer to that is I'm going to make it so that large amounts of people can run a log in, take care of your stuff type bot, because this is not a hack in type bot like you would get from what's that company? The GOG bot guys that were spamming me forever. That was a nightmare. I don't even run that no more. I mean, I've got a $30,000 server over there. I won't even use that stuff. And it wasn't cost effective. It's cheaper to buy from the damn developers who are running the black market. Yeah, I'm just going to let the chat go for a little bit. So this bot is designed to bot for one castle. It'll actually do 2 or 3 fairly efficiently. The next layer of testing that I'm doing for the bot is for it to start a rally and then log in your other account and join your own rally. So that you can just run rallies all day long. Because it takes you a year to get your damn airship up, and they're throwing you up against guys who had their airship built up for 4 years. I wish I hadn't given away my C40 and 362 because it's actually still higher airship level than what I am in 592 after a year and almost $3,000 worth of money. Because they gave it to me in 362. When they brought the new stuff out, they just said, oh, yeah, you're a maxed out account. Away you go. Audio stream's current bitrate layer is lower than recommended. No, it's not. YouTube, just shut up. Yeah, I don't like that crap, Vicious. People who use the corner hacks and then turn around, you're literally saying, I have no strategic capability whatsoever, so I'm going to sit in the corner, I'm going to spawn a crap load of free castles, and I'm going to make anybody that wants to hit me have to spend a crap load of gold because they're going to be 2.5, 3 minutes out. That's not strategy, that's map manipulation, and it's a shitty way of playing. I don't like where we set the alliance up for UAC in 592. I know that to be a force manipulation, but we had so many damn cheat castles coming in there that we couldn't deal with it. I needed to be able to control the entire alliance with one castle. So the new layout design I put in there is designed to do that. One castle can control the defense of your entire alliance, and it doesn't even have to be a particularly strong castle. That's why it's a map manipulation. Is our strongest player can play defense. Our 5th strongest player can play defense. And it's so annoying and it takes so long and you're so vulnerable that the minute you park in the forest to try and attack us, I'm going to punt you. I don't know. Skippy is, I think. Admiral Skippy's king right now. Or he was the last king. It's one of those things where people are starting to realize as the kings go to more players, they realize they don't want to be king. That's a secretarial job. You got to log in every day. You got to click the buttons on time. You got to plan for the buttons you're going to click next week, and it's just an administrative job. Great, you get a title, and you get a title where they'll let you spend 2,000 gold on a shout out that no one listens to anymore because you can turn them all off. Which I'm thanking God we can turn them off. But that's not why they're doing it, Bill. The point is they believe everybody's going to have more gold than them, and they want them to burn their gold trying to hit castles and stuff. That's the point of the corner hack. It's a shitty way of playing. It really does scream. We suck so bad that you need to kick our ass. Because usually when I'm playing UACs and I see those corner hacks, I go blow 200,000 gold and burn the living fuck out of you till you're like, I make sure you're at least in fourth place, just because you tried that crap with me. I'll blow in hundreds of dollars just to be the guy, and that's why a lot of people hate me when they see my name and stuff. It's like, oh, we went, yeah, I went and overrode what you did. It's not that it prevents me from spending gold; it just cost me gold to beat you. Gold's part of the game. Argan's pretty much running things for the kingdom. Well, we don't have a war, I don't think so. Well, Thantos knows more than I do half the time. I wouldn't call it a war. It's just we got shitbags that want to be shitbags. We got the people that literally they have access to pull information off the back of the server and to use it to their advantage. So they're constantly trading hacks for favors. Our top 10 in our catacombs is all people using the catacomb hack. The video I did on the catacomb hack, all of them, they don't even stop. They just get free catacomb shit every day. They get the free airship EXP. Their accounts exponentially grow faster than anybody who's actually spending money, because they've weaseled everybody out of the free stuff with their hacks. And they're arrogant about it. That's the thing that starts to drive people nuts. He's not a challenge, though. I don't know of too many people who don't beat Lost King on a regular basis in our kingdom. He's the largest statted troll, but every time these guys turn around and set up a mega or try and stack all their troops into defense or something like that, that's when I go hit them. I have a pretty big rule of thumb. I don't like to hit anybody that's got less than 2 million freaking troops for me to kill. Waste of my time. Yeah, it's in all the new kingdoms. Soon we got people that are getting rid of castles in 592, and the fun is about where you go. Look, the alliance that Thantos is in is run by freaking GOG trolls. GOG has fake players inside the kingdom to where new players coming to 592 while we were promoting it on YouTube were being told to go away. We're being zeroed every day. And I'm not paying attention to who's new. I don't know you by a screen name or things like that. And then it got pointed out to me one day. They did it in Kingdom chat. She didn't realize she wasn't talking in Alliance chat no more. She was shouting. Cleo's the name. Cleopatra was shouting down a player. Says, I know all the R5s and you're not going to get to play anywhere. Says, if I want to go play somewhere, I'll just go ask GunMuse to join his alliance. And that sent her through the freaking roof. She was busy running new players out of the kingdom, and it bounced. You know how it accidentally goes over in a kingdom chat on you sometime? That's what happened, and their little argument got put out in public. And then once they scroll it off, if I don't screenshot it or anything like that, and I don't do screenshots, I just don't give a shit. Once I know what they're doing, I'll deal with what they're doing. I don't give a damn to prove it. It's one of them things where I get in an argument with Arkin all the time. You know, they're mean Arkin, but he's like, can you prove it to me? He's like, I'm not gonna. I'm done doing that. About 4 months ago, I said, look, I started treating the players in the kingdom and in the alliance as if they were part of my business, and they're not. That was rude of me. And now I'm not going to justify what I'm doing or how I'm doing it. I've got to do things differently than what other people do because I've got a real world to deal with as much as a fake world. And if you think that a company that made $500 million 1 year and that is now blaming me for their losses, I'm the reason they're not making $500 million anymore. News to me. Really GOG was leading the way because of the promotion. Because when I started promoting GOG, they were a $50 million a year company. When I stopped promoting GOG and telling people how to play their game, that's when they started on the decline. Then they did that guard update in the middle of COVID. A, bad timing. Two, and B, I wasn't going to go build another video. And they built a complicated system that they didn't understand. They merged other game aspects into their game. Hold on. They merged other game aspects into their game. You can't kill a troll. Yeah. They're botting 24/7. I caught what's his name? Oh, I didn't catch it. I got told on the TeamSpeak, hey, what's his name's Bubbles down and he's got 2 wonders, but he had 2 million, T10s and 212s. I didn't even have a full march. So I just sent something at him. I think I killed like 800,000 troops or something like that. But it's rare to get him with a bubble down. And he bubbled the second my speed hit him. The second. And teleported in the same instance. That's all triggers. The game will send you out. Look, the reason I use Samsung DeX is my phone will vibrate before the screen shows me what's going on. So if I build software to look for that trigger, then I could have a preset coordinate to teleport to and or pop a bubble or both, which is what he's got. That is a combat bot, a bot that's doing combat for him. And then he goes, oh, I'm just so awesome. You can't ever catch me. When you can't get people, when the interface time lag is 2 seconds, and I beat you down in 0.7 seconds, and you get away, that's a problem. There's a lag in touchscreen interfacing, and it's just about 2 seconds, and it's supposed to be there on purpose for the point of equalizing gameplay. Back when we used to talk about ping times in gaming and stuff, they started making it so that all games ran around a 200 millisecond ping time, so that no matter where you were in the world, you had a fair advantage on what the server said was happening at the time to your computer. So it was always funny, like not Guns of Glory, and World of Warcraft. I have a 10-second ping time, and that's how I'm doing that. Doesn't matter if you have 10-second ping time. The game's going to delay everything down. If you have a 10 millisecond ping time, then the game is literally on your computer going to hold up that information for 190 milliseconds. So that everybody 200 milliseconds and below is getting the information at the exact same time. New Mexico. Hold on. Oh, there go the cops. Yeah. You know what? I had shit to do today. So, show you this thing. Can see this? I got this contraption, right? That is taking, you know what a Mickey Mouse connector is? That's the thing that goes in the back of your PC, right? That little connector, that's called a Mickey Mouse connector. That's not my nickname for it. That's actually what they're called. So your PC is capable of running 220, but you know, unless you're in Europe, most people don't have a 220 outlet. So in the United States, so I've got a box here that instead of running 115 through these, I'm actually running 220 through these, and then I'm plugging everything into 220. Because if you run things on 220, they're half as much to run. So my cost per dollar, my dollars go down. But I had these things over close to where I got a 220 outlet on this wall over here. But that means those mining machines were right next to me, and of course I can't record with that. They're too close for me to filter out that sound. So I went to Lowe's today, and bought me some stuff to make a 220 extension cord. That's what I'm about to make. This is a patch, but I'm making it long enough so that I can use it later. I know I've got an RV camper. You know, I've got one it's been laying out in the sun for 15 years, and it was about time that I build a new one. So I'm going to dual purpose this one. For now, it's going to get me over to my new window project until I'm going to cut the wall open and get a new 220 outlet in the wall so that it looks good. I'm all about my stuff looking good at the end of the day. Doesn't make it function any better, but it makes me happier. I need, an X-Acto knife. I'm letting that mic fall down. Man, I got one of these little portable vices. If you're ever going to do any little projects, they got these little portable vices that clamp onto the end of the desk. Man, having a third hand makes life better. I can't see what I'm doing. I'll know it when I cut my finger off, right? Hey, that helps. Did I leave any rubber? I did leave some rubber attached. There we go. Two. Man, I tell you, I actually thought about building some channel content at one point called Black History for White Guys with Black Friends. Because this 1619 project that's been in the news, God, now I can't remember his name. You know what? It's actually an article on Rogers Raiders on the signing of the Declaration of Independence. When we talk about the signing of the Declaration of Independence, people do not understand. You know, they always reference the movie. What was that movie with the hippies in the 70s? Remember, folks, what you're celebrating on the 4th, a bunch of rich white people who didn't want to pay their taxes. And that's what people think they know about the signing declaration is for that one line from that one movie. Dazed and Confused, right? About a bunch of dope smokers who don't know shit. About relevant. But the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and there was several versions of the Declaration of Independence, it's written in many languages. One of the cheapest declarations of independence you can buy is one that's written in German, and I've actually been trying to buy one for a better part of a decade. Just because I'd like to own an original copy of the Declaration of Independence, and they're in several languages. Were signed by nobody famous for as far as Germany was concerned, but it was rewritten and translated in a couple different languages and stuff for people who don't know. Even the one that's on display is one of like a dozen copies of it. That was done in English because other people had to sign, other than the people in that room. But the people that were in that room, the minute they signed it, a guy walked out and said they signed it, and the army was coming that second to arrest them. They don't point that out. The minute they signed that Declaration of Independence, the army was coming. Those people had to flee the building to try and get to their families before the army did. And the dirty little secret they don't teach about American history is most of the signers lost their families. All of them lost their wealth. They were broke as shit at the end of it. They did, the country was formed, but they were made broke. Many of the signers, when the army got to their farms before the signer did, their wives were raped, their children were raped. There's one signer of the Declaration of Independence. All 13 of his children went missing. To this day, history doesn't know what happened to those 13 children. They just disappeared off the planet. They don't teach that in history. Not in today's Wikipedia history, anyway. Let me see if I can find it. So you're not told about the sacrifice that took place. Just how much sacrifice had to take place. People that were starving, underclothed, underfed, undermanned. Not having goods for an army is the worst possible thing. And then you go to the famous stuff that people know about, like George Washington crossing the Delaware. And there's a painting of George Washington crossing the Delaware. The fake portion of that painting is the ice floating in the river. There wasn't any ice floating in the river. That's the fake portion of the painting. But there's a black man in the front of the boat. And most people don't realize that was an officer in George Washington's army. That particular officer had gone over to the British Army as a slave and served under Cornwell. Is it Cornwell? I'm hoping to get the right general right. Served under Cornwell to get all their battle plans, and had come back to tell Washington it was safe to cross the Delaware. That officer got retirement pay from the state of Virginia for the rest of his life. So don't believe this bullshit about how blacks were treated, certainly. Slaves were treated poorly. And at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, 9 out of 10 slaves were white. Some people called it indentured servitude, but for the most part, England was rounding up Irish people to clear off the island, throwing them in a hold, and anybody who lived by the time they got to America got sold. If you owned a black man, it was a status symbol because it cost 10 times more than a white guy did. All the slavery laws were written for white people that were running away because they blended into the freaking society too well. A black man stood out. They were rare. The African slave trade didn't kick in until about 1830, 50 years later. It kicked in when England banned slavery in its country. Then the slave traders had to started moving them the further distance and the more You know, it didn't make economic sense to send them to America when you could send them to England. And then England was sending all the Irish, which was solving their other problem as far as they were concerned. Make sure I'm getting on the right one here. Yeah. I guess I do have 4 years playing. This is the 4th anniversary, right? Yeah. I hadn't looked. Have they done their little two blondes video yet over on for the anniversary of GOG? Come play GOG. It's all girls. Yeah. I'm going back up here. You know, Tro's troops going to kill. Our trolls use a single march setup. It's one that I've taught you guys in the past. The on how to keep down. I mean, if you literally play like a troll, you never have more than one march in your castle, and as long as that march is moving, then you don't need a defense. Matter of fact, for new accounts, that's the way I teach them. Right? Uh, work your one march castle, but when you start spreading where you got in 2 and 3 marches, then you better start rethinking how defense works. Yeah. Yeah. I tell you, it's a good thing where all these trolls come in there and they tell you not to look at 592, not look what we do. We got players who play for free. Thantos is in here right now. Thantos plays purely for free, but God, he runs botting software, or runs 50 farms rather. He is the bot. Uh, but you know, Thantos he knows how to pick his shots. You know, you got to know who you can beat. And yes, it's nice to have a big guy that comes in there and beats the shit out of the other big guys. Uh, but like I said, when they started dropping the updates so quickly together, I wasn't chasing that, not for filming purposes. There's no market in GOG. The number of people playing GOG is way down. Uh, it's and for that reason, it's not cost effective for me to turn around and keep up promoting somebody that's not paying me directly. If GOG would have a proper affiliate program and say, hey, GunMuse is telling people how to play our game. What do you need in order to make sure that you can shoot a proper video, GunMuse? We'll give it to you for free. Then I would do the rest of the work out of my dime. But I'm not paying them to promote them. I'm not spending $1,000 a month to teach them other people how to play their game. They're the ones collecting millions of dollars. Pay me like a proper working relationship. But the Chinese don't think that way. If they can't get you to do something by force, it can't be done. I have never seen one of these setups. I like it. Okay. Do, 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 do. Tell you what. I guess you just don't do that way. All right. Holy crap, this is going to be easy. Other than the location. Do. Man, I got an S20 because we got in that bubble when the S20s come out, and then the S21s came out like a month after we got them. But I still got my S10. Usually I'm on my S10. Right. Normally when I'm showing you guys this game on the YouTube, it's on the S10. Five minutes. I'm going to get some studio work done here, at the very least. See, this is all this stuff you guys don't see that I do, you know? I got to go in here and rewire the building, just so things look good. Right now, this is a temporary patch. I'm just making myself an extension cord. Yeah, if you guys wanted to get into YouTube, and here's the dirty little secret, man. YouTubers don't make normally what I make. A lot of my money comes from third parties and for other projects. Yeah. I've got a girl that I want to bring in here to start doing some of these videos. But I haven't gotten, I talked to her the other day and I didn't write her phone number down. She changed her phone number. I forgot to write it down. All right, there we go. 220 on one side. I've got, oh, is it in the bag? No. I got an outlet somewhere. I don't know. Aha. You know, it was a problem before that I set things down without remembering where I do it. Now that I can't see, that problem is even worse. I was yelling at my dog the other day. He was 3 feet in front of me. Like, where you at? Get over here. He was, he just happened, you know, he's a golden retriever. He just happened to be the same color as the dirt and was standing right in front of me. Couldn't see him. Yeah. I've known for a long time that I was going to lose a big portion of my sight. And I've actually been preparing to be blind for a long time, or at least I thought I had. All right, that's the one that's going to go in there. I don't like that plug. I like the one that I had before, but I couldn't find the one that I got before. Look, guys, you got to get your castle level up in order, and more importantly, to get your academy level up nowadays. There's a lot of base stat research in the academy now. Base stats versus show stats, man. People have got to understand they're mathematically different. Oh shit, I don't want that. That's going to go up that high. So that, and the throttle to that is badges, right? You got the VIP 11 you can do to get to 35. But if you're not spending any money, it's going to take a little longer. But you eventually get there. There's honestly, the patience, people need to be more patient, and they just don't have it. They get frustrated and quit when they see somebody that does spend money kicking people's asses. What's worse is the free players who don't comprehend that you can't go into a KVK and just decide you're going to turn around and negotiate a peace before KVK even starts. Otherwise, why am I paying to play the game? I'm not paying to play to negotiate peace. That's a waste of 8 hours on a Saturday to me. Right now I can tell you 592 can't fight. A long-term fight. But neither can any of the younger kingdoms that we're up against. They think they can. I wish I'd recorded the one little asshole that we were up to. I wasn't even in the KVK. I was just sitting there, and the guy was taking 3 kingdoms. I said, look, guys, I'm looking at your guys' KVK team. You got great teamwork going in there. I think it was like 619. They had great teamwork going in there. They took all 3 kingdoms. I said, you don't want to do that. It's like, oh, we need the badges. We need the badges. You can't give, you don't have 70 players about to go for C43. In all honesty, taking 1 kingdom and getting those badges, 3 players getting the free badges, and that number 1 pack is worth $125, right? So, and here's the shitty part. Like, it would be the best move in 592 for the whole kingdom would be for me to keep doing what I was doing, right? But I'm king every single time. And I take the Conqueror pack every single time. That actually winds up being me getting $250 to play KVK. All right? I can justify that if I want that kind of growth. But then everybody else in the kingdom has to pay to keep up except for 2 other players. And the trolling would never stop about how I'm stealing everything. It's all about me. It's all for myself. So from a marketing standpoint on a business side, I don't want that. And at the same time, I don't want to be king. So there's that. Like I said, it's an administrative job. I'm not here to run GOG's company. If they want to reward people with buffs at certain times, there's only one way and one time to put those buffs out. Automate it. The damn kingdom buffs, if you own the kingdom, should be automated. The cooldowns on the kingdom buffs are stupid. If you've got the coins to burn that damn first aid heal buff every single day, burn them. That means you're taking multiple kingdoms. In fact, that would be the encouragement to take extra castles and take on extra stars. But they don't think that way. They've patched their patch systems so many times they don't even recognize each other. They need to come in it with a fresh approach from the ground up, but they don't know that because it's just me criticizing, right? That's not me looking at the business structure of their business and saying, you probably could be back up around $400 million if you give me about 5% of your company and take it and let me take over your freaking development. And then you can duplicate that to other games. But right now they think they can just duplicate everything to another game. Man, tell me, oh, I hate this. I should have seen that before I left the store. They got these little nut backers, which means they're going to fall out. And what's worse is I just already lost a screw. That's why you don't do this shit over your lap. I have workbenches, but I don't have the camera set up on the workbench yet. The workbench camera is coming. I got the workbench built. I'm really happy with my workbench too. I'm gonna be able to pound a sledgehammer on that damn thing and it won't hurt anything. My concern with the workbench is the stuff you buy for mounts for cameras and shit like that. I've like dropped every single one of these screws. I'm gonna have to get a magnet out here shortly. The stuff that you would buy to set up those things, they're really flimsy. And so you put them on like a Home Depot desk or something like that. And you move around a little bit and then the camera bounces, right? You see those videos where the camera's always bouncing? Well, the reason mine doesn't bounce is the desk that I have here is called a Lincoln desk. It's literally a 1-inch thick piece of real wood. So I don't have those issues that everybody else has. All right, so I need to remove neutral and turn my 4-prong plug into a 3-prong plug for a minute. My building is set up for neutrals. This conversion kit is not. And this is going to be a pain in the ass because this plug is so small. Are we back in the game? All right, so everybody's trying to log in right now. Oops, I didn't crop my cables. Yeah. Right? How to get duelists for free out of the spirit mines. Yeah. Now it's like, who cares? You can't even get it for free anymore. Matter of fact, the worst part is they've patched so many patches that when I went back to my C22 in a slightly older kingdom, which 592 is almost a year old now, man, the alliance isn't being run in a way that would help a new player get past certain block holds. So if the new player doesn't know what's holding them back, and the new players don't know what's holding them back, they just know that so I need, on like my little C22 castle, I need 3 hats. Well, I got the 3 swords to go to Bloodtooth, but the 3 hats that I need to go to a Bloodtooth setup on that castle's gear, we've got to go do not painful, but the one below it, and then they'll give me the hats. So I, as a new castle, need the whole alliance to do crappier night sieges that no one wants to do anyway, so that I can get the hats. And I meant to put that video out actually, and I just kind of, because I like I said, I went in the hospital there. Matter of fact, the thing that, the night I went to the hospital and spent the week in the ICU, was the last time I did a live. I walked out the door, and 5 hours later I was in the hospital. I quit that live because I wasn't feeling good. And then the doctors tried to kill me because I went in there for a migraine and somehow agreed to surgery on my foot, which they fucked up. They sent an infection through my body. They put acid around my heart. And then I was having a heart attack because of something they did. Yeah. Oh, it's in my lap. Well, these next parts should be a little easier. Oh, that wasn't very good. I didn't actually crimp down on it. I didn't think I should have to be honest. You know what? Let's put that above the screw. Maybe it won't have a chance to fan out so much. My wires fanned out so far that they lost grip. No, 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 no. I don't like that at all. That I like. All right. Got to put a little manpower oomph on it. Oh man, my shop would make Tim Allen jealous. Yeah. I actually started giving away a bunch of my tools. Not because I think I'm dying or anything, but quite frankly, I don't want to keep convincing myself I can do shit I can't do anymore. I've got limitations. I got freaking... Here's a fucking bullshit thing. All right, so I've seen enough doctors that there's a program to have somebody come in and they pay that person to come in and assist you, right? And 4 doctors have, without prompt, asked me and asked the VA to send me to get somebody to come in here and help me do shit. All right, because I need some aid and assistance on certain things. And I go in, finally I drive up to Amarillo, 6-hour drive, to go fill out the program, only to find out the only veterans not eligible for the program are Gulf War veterans. 9/11 post veterans are eligible, Vietnam veterans are eligible, but Gulf War veterans are not eligible. Why? because they fucked us up the most and we're the largest cost base. And so the day that we'll be eligible to get assisted care happens to be October 1st of 2022. We will lose that. We will gain that right when the Congress switches to Republican, and the large, massive budget thing for the Gulf War veterans will land on a Republican Congress. And then everybody said, them Republicans spend too much money. It's all on the military. But they put it off to where none of the spending for the Gulf War veterans would take place until Republicans are in charge of Congress again. Because they don't think they can win an election after spending $6 trillion. You can't even fake that election. Is it? All right. Tells me I gotta wait 4 minutes. I'm getting a long login screen, guys. That's my deal. So here's the thing. Do we have a patch? Oh, okay. Hey, Arkin, are you still listening? All right. Now, Creed has some videos on this. Disappointing turtle. And I'm not going to go act like I know what I'm doing looking at this stuff. Oh, I don't. Look, when I was in the military, guys, you walk up to me and you say that 4-letter word can't in front of my face, I have beaten Marines with a chain for using that in my presence. I am not a big fan of the word can't. I have never in my life seen something that can't be done. All right. So the kingdom merger stuff is coming, guys. 592 is small enough that the valid players really should wind up over in RRG like it's a KVK for the entire event, and it's like a month long. I'll move back over there and I'll spend some money and do what I can to make sure we're winning some events. If that's the case of where we're heading there. I wasn't gonna this month, but that was go over to Disappointing Turtle and look at her little preview of the quadrant stuff. And I guess Muffin, who always has, ow, I just spiked myself with a copper wire. I get right down to the last one and hurt myself. Damn it. There we go. Oh, I put this all away. Yeah. Creed's got some video on that. Muffin, I think, has got some video on that. I've only been so paying attention because nothing's changed. I mean, all they did was put out new gear and stuff. I've got to, over on Rogers Raiders, I've got to bring the new gear into the calculators for events. If you don't know, over there, I've got calculators that sort the gear based on points so that you can look at what you got and you know what you would need to do to get more points, not to get more stats. Stats and points are two separate things. So I've got it set up to make you the most money during an event. Papa's coming back. You've got to win the right to choose. Okay? that's been the rumor, and from the little preview thing I saw, that looks to be the reality too. So you're going to have to win that right to choose. Supposedly, it's going to be a 4 to 7 week event where I don't believe the rumor that you're going to get to cycle through twice if you don't like the people you're playing with. I don't believe for a second they give a fuck who they think you're playing with. They're trying to solve some hardware issues. That's the only reason for these games. And the problem is they're trying to use their entire 4 years of gaming to filter it down to people who still want to play despite their bullshit. And then have a large population pool that new players come into to act as if, oh, look, on all these people who love this, I should throw over my house payment too. But you've got to ignore world financing. You can't turn around and say, I'm going to pluck the Americans for $800 a month while your government is trying to circumvent the U.S. dollar. This is why these things go together. This is why I've got to look at this stuff. El Salvador is about to turn Bitcoin into their nation's currency. Mexico is putting BitCurrency into their banks, even though the president said they weren't. The drug dealers want it, and those bankers are going to do it anyway. So there's a lot of moving parts on the world, and so when we look at this in a gaming environment, it's $1 billion here and $1 billion there. So you've got to be paying attention to what $1 billion means. $1 billion means that you think your $1 billion is going to be worth it. We've been printing money so fast that their $1 billion ain't worth that much. Bitcoin's not going down in value to $30,000. A US dollar just isn't worth that much anymore. That's what's happening. You got to acknowledge the realities of the world. Especially when it comes to finances. I've never seen so much bogus information out trying to inflate or deflate a position somebody's already taken on stocks. In the crypto world, there's entire teams who sell off a stock at the same time and then buy back their position once they've crashed the stock. Okay. You can't stop that. That's the whole point to decentralized currency. If you want to do that, team up and be a scumbag, you can. Let the buyer beware. Then you read these stories about the guy who had a $500 million. He mined up 7,000 Bitcoins, put it on a key, forgot his password. Well, we should be able to recover the password for that gentleman. No. That was your money. That was your responsibility. Write your shit down. Put it in a safety deposit box in case your house burns down. It's your money. I do this every once in a while. You go in the door, you pull out a few, $30,000, $40,000. This is my money. But if somebody steals this or I lose this, I don't get it back. So when they tell you that, well, we need to be able to do that with crypto, no, you don't. The minute they allow that, it's not decentralized no more. The government's in charge of the money again. At that point, they can take it whenever they want it. Because that's what they really want, is they want a judge to be able to say, take that man's shit and include his crypto. Yeah, I'll guarantee you, you're going to see news stories. And they haven't happened yet. It may be spawning because I've got so many people who follow me that are news producers about the wife who didn't know he had all this crypto on a key and walked out the door with it, and she was entitled to half. Well, it's his fucking crypto, not her crypto. If you know the secret code, it's yours. Lock your shit up. Hide your shit. Ooh, Arkin knows this story. A couple of you guys that are on the TeamSpeak know this story. I had two guys try to rob me. I think it was about a week and a half ago. Two guys pulled up in a little shit beater fucking car, and both of them got out with tire irons, and they were probably just going to steal my truck. but I saw them kind of coming, and they parked in the road to block my truck in. And I walked straight into my shop, locked the door behind me, and called the police station, told them they need to get down here, grabbed my pistol, and walked back outside. This dumbass kid of a cop, when they pulled up behind those guys, so they're telling their story, you know, oh yeah, you see two guys like us, and he's just scared. I hadn't said a word to him. This cop hadn't even paid attention to walk around to the front of my truck to see that I was holding a cock and lock pistol ready to go. And I said, I heard what he says. I didn't call you to protect me. I called you to protect them. They weren't walking away with whatever the fuck they thought they were going to walk away with. Well, they just got car trouble. I said, really? How many tire irons you got in your car? I don't understand what you mean. I said, they both have tire irons. How many of them you got in your car? How many of them are at the ready next to the seat when you get out of the car? And the cop didn't answer because he realized that was a stupid statement. And then I said, they told you that their brake seized up or their tire or the rim seized up, right? He goes, yeah. I said, do you smell burning brakes? Do you see a black mark on the road where the tire locked up and left a black rubber mark? He goes, well, no. I said, well, then that story's probably full of shit, isn't it? I said, what's funny is once I walk back in there, you gave him a 10-minute deadline before the tow truck shows up. I guarantee you that car drives away. And that car did. They started the car and drove away. So willing to believe that brown people can't possibly commit a crime just because white people are bigoted was basically the story that was being told, right? And then that cop goes, well, we're so undermanned. And I said, and undertrained. You hadn't watched your partner once. You hadn't paid attention to anything going on. He turns around, hits her with a tire iron, and somebody pulls a pistol. You're dead. The only one's going to live this situation out is me. I sat there. The guy was like looking at the freaking clouds while these two people are telling stories with why they got out of their car with tire irons. I was like, man, we're protected by 20-year-olds who all have the narrative by CNN down pat. Yeah, look, one of the things I've been working with for a long damn time was getting Creed to the point where she's monetized, right? Get her over 1,000 subs so that she could get paid for the work she's doing. She puts more effort. That son of a bitch is bent, and that's pissing me off. Why is that son of a bitch bent? Aha, that is why. Get in there. Man, I just don't build a simple plug these days. I struggle because I ain't got no strength in my fingers. And this is one of the reasons I'm supposed to have some help, you know. You, the American taxpayer, are supposed to be paying for that help. But meanwhile, other shit is taking place where the money has disappeared. The number one place that money disappears from is the VA. Because it's localized and no one knows what their region director is, who the region director is. He's usually an ex-general. If you guys hadn't heard the stories about the Naval Academy and the Marine Academy, where some of the cadets are complaining about the wokeness that's in that academy. This is how they plan for the future in politics, so that they can turn around and say, oh, well, everybody respects a military guy, So we need a bunch of leftist fucking military guys that we're going to promote up over the next 10, 12 years. That crap is not new. Used to be you couldn't get promoted to admiral or general unless you had combat experience. So one of the things we'd always see in the Navy was some East Coast guy who is all spit and polish Washington, D.C., come over there and be in charge of a combat mission because he couldn't make admiral otherwise. Dumber than shit people, man. Captain Fagan, I'll call you out by name. One of the dumbest fucking people I ever met. He actually ran aground on the Seal Beach weapons pier. Hit the pier, ignoring dragging tugboats behind him on his ship. Every other captain on the planet has been removed from being in charge the minute you run a ship aground. You're removed. Not this guy, because they had plans for him in Washington. And he needed to be on a combat tour. Now for the 2 screws I lost. Oh, there's one of them. Holy crap, if that one went that far, I hope the other one didn't go further. Oh, there we go. Active self-protection. Is that radio show that's on there's a bunch of them out there now. There's radio shows on. Man, I'll be honest with you. I fought the concealed carry law in New Mexico when it came out 20 years ago. I was a licensed gun dealer back then, and I did not want a concealed carry protection law. They act like every gun guy wants a concealed carry protection law. That's just not true. You lose rights, and the NRA was behind it. This is one reason I don't like Wayne LaPierre. Wayne LaPierre is a piece of shit. Wayne LaPierre is there to make money. That's what his job is. You make money through conflict. It's how a leftist makes money. And concealed carry laws. So in New Mexico, if you were caught carrying concealed prior to the year 2000, it was a $10 fine. Now you go to jail for a year and a half, and if you're caught carrying concealed without permission, your right to own a gun doesn't exist anymore. Because we'll tell you where you can own your gun, how you can own your gun, and what the condition of that gun should be at the time you own it. Right? These laws are not laws to protect anybody. The reason I fought it is I knew they were going to immediately demand that the age of 21 for handguns. And I'm not a real big proponent for people under 21 having handguns. Don't get me wrong there. But the number one crime problem that takes place on a campus is rape. The number one crime problem in Florida, where they had the school shooting that got real public, they have 12,000 rapes a year, yet people aren't allowed to carry concealed under the age of 21, and they're all college people that are down there drunk off their ass. Quite frankly, you want a more polite society, arm more women. I used to say that, but then we got the Karens, right? We got all the Karens running around telling everybody, throwing Molotov cocktails at fake police cars, saying, "Hey, look what the black people did." Fuck, If I was president, I would pardon any black man that shot a 21-year-old white woman. Not just because they sold drugs. Yeah. All he'd have to do is walk into court and say, "You know what? She Karened me." I get it, brother. The yeah, Creed does great videos. The the new 50% event is up. We're at a 50% event. I didn't even see that from before. It's not even 50% events anymore, right? Oh, we got a new sultry babe. She gonna be one of our new guards? Whew. Isn't that some crap right there, huh? Blue card should not be part of premiums. Just all there is to it. That was some chicken shit math. It's insulting. If you want to give us duplicates, fine. But there shouldn't be blue cards over there. They're not premium cards. You get a million of them from other places. Man, I'll tell you this feature where the train all just to burn the crap in my bags. I love that. I love not having to do 15 clicks. All right. I'm finished with my other plug. I'm going to plug this in and see if I start a fire. Since I can't see the little wires, if I got one of them hanging over, bad things will happen. I'll see sparks and the video feed will go dead. Hey, no sparks. So nothing's crosswired. Now I'm hoping that 15 feet's enough. It looks so short now. Measure twice, cut once. Oh, it's more than enough. All right, that's as good a place as any to set that. Do. What else we find in there? What else is new? Let's look at the pricing right now. Now, one of the things I'm hoping to do with the bot, okay, is we've got the visual bot. It'll go through and read what's for sale, the cost, and we should be able to read visually what's in your account and figure out what will be the most cost-effective purchases for your stat growth during one of these events. Don't even expect that anytime soon. Once we get the system worked out that'll work for any game, then it's just about telling it what something is and what the value of that something is. So we're working on that. That's coming. I really just wanted to build I wish they had an API where I could just take your stats out of your castle directly with their permission and cooperation to help them become better gamers. That's how a lot of games get to be big. You know, all the big games that have gotten to be multi-billion-dollar games, they have cooperation with third-party networks. Not these guys, man. I think the reason they don't have cooperation with third-party networks is simple. They don't want anybody knowing or proving through API exactly what it is. I tell you guys about the, you know, that they cheat this, they cheat that here and there. Holy crap. That was just long enough. You guys can't see this, but whew, just barely made it. I will do a little reveal here in a minute to show you what we've done. Since you got, I know we were just killing time while the damn game was down, but some people will be very disappointed if they don't see a bar graph or something going up showing that we actually use our hour of time to make money. All right, the new extension cord is plugged in. Okay, so here's this other miner that I had over here on the counter. Now, all my miners, I've got custom software in there. I can control the wattage and the power and how much they use and how fast they go. And here's a dirty little secret. Like if you follow me on LinkedIn, you'll know I've won awards for CPU to mining designs for computers. And I've used some of that same thinking with these miners. And the reality is, slower is faster. And what I mean by that is, just because you can ramp up the frequency speed at the touch of a button does not mean your shit is going faster now. I don't know if you can hear these machines screaming or not. I've got my studio set up in such a way that normally you shouldn't be able to hear this. Okay. So now I got my pigtails over here. Unplug the 110, and that wire is hot. That's something I'm going to have to get into on some videos on doing stupid things like looking like you think one wire is as good as another. That's the way an electrician thinks sometimes. And these wires are not big enough, especially these cheap eBay stuff where you get like these Mickey Mouse wires for your computer. You've got to buy a proper gauge wire. And some reason, when I had the kid clean out my shop, man, he got away with all my big gauge cables. I thought I had them hidden from him. All right. So, now I've got a second machine plugged in over there. They're both running 220. And we did all that live. So I'm going to go over here, and since I got to check it, I'll show you my guys is checking it. I can actually do this from the phone. I don't want to do it from the phone, though. Here's the thing I've also noticed about this crypto thing, guys. Everybody's got an app. The apps do things better than the website, but then you go to the website and it does some things better than the apps do, or it just completely has different features. You actually need both to be productive. The apps are mostly good for monitoring. Let me get logged in here. Mining pool, dashboard. Okay. And screen one. Okay. So these ASIC machines that I'm ramping up, and that one's a really loud fan. Today's estimate, I mined point, you know, 2/100,000ths of a Bitcoin. Like I said, a Bitcoin's a Bitcoin. So while the guy earlier was talking about, well, Bitcoin's down, so I still get just as many of them. Bitcoin will come back up. If I have one Bitcoin that I mined at $30,000 and we're going, oh my God, Bitcoin is low. One day Bitcoin's going to be $80,000 again. It'll still have that one Bitcoin. No one says I have to spend it right this second. And then I'm using the trading software like I was showing you there before. So I'm taking the Bitcoins and hold on here. I got to go to the workers. This thing does all these projections. This is a company called Poolin. They're based out of the United States. They partner with companies in China, and so there's some things I don't care for, but that's just the way the industry operated. Anytime there's hiccups and major shifts in an industry, you can expect one, there to be money to be made. You know what? We're going to go over to, this is the place. Now I can monitor both of my, so I just plugged that one back in. Two ASICs. Let's look at the GunMuse farm. They got to ramp up. This software goes through here and tunes these boards. Like I've got this one set up to run 15.2 terahash. Now I had this one at 13.7 because I had it sitting over on the counter next to me. And like I said, they dump a lot of heat in the room. Now that it's over here in my new window shelf, I'm not going to let it tune on that one. I'm going to go in here. Now this means that 00000, all my hash boards are working properly. Everything's good. And I'm going to go to overclocking. And I'm going to is that the right one? Apply. And go to number 1. Those are warnings from 4 hours ago. It was showing about 4 hours ago that the miner is having a problem, and I've apparently got the software delay set up too long. So you can see where I had an issue, but that's me running at extreme. This ASIC machine is designed to run at 13.7, and I'm running it at 15. Okay. With some customized software that actually reduces the voltage, doesn't bring it up. For new gems, you got one attack already. Oh. On honor chest? Oh, guys, are you going to make me freaking buy the honor thing? Hold on. You always get like one of those, right? But you need like 50 of them. I'd rather, remember the days when you used to get one gem, you take them apart, you got scripts for them? Man, I want that day back. I'm not an alliance. I'm not logging in every day. I'm not spending money on that right now. When it comes to the Kingdom merger, I will put an everyday thing in, and I may even go live every day during Kingdom merger. I really may. Just to, because we're going to have to deal with our trolls. The problem with going live anywhere is, you know, people use the information they think they glean, who to attack, when to attack, shit like that. But I'll tell you right now, the guys who follow with me around in 592 have been building up their firewall long before GOG knew I had a firewall. Remember, I hadn't told you guys about it, not on YouTube. I hadn't put it on the website. GOG suddenly had all their big hack boys just die hitting my castle. And I'm talking about guys with 13, 14,000 top sats to my 9,000 top sats losing their march one after another. And I was gaining power every 2 weeks on the same spend. I just hadn't been spending it lately. So there's that. So there's my ASIC machine. I set that. Oh, what I was looking at was my overclocking for this one. That's 1330. This other machine actually, yeah, so, okay, so they're both at 1330. Dev fee pools are not available. Click for details. The miner cannot access a dev fee pool to mine the. Do I have this on the wrong flight sheet? That's not the right flight sheet. So, flight sheet. And apply. This is the problem I have with my eyes, right? So BTC, BSV, they look very similar to me. Holy crap, that was a big boom. That still says it's mining BCSV. You better update here shortly. There we go. Now it's updating. Now, I got into this program watching all those gurus on YouTube. Well, they over time learned so much about this stuff that all this information you see on the screen, you go, oh my God, yeah, I got all this information at my fingertips. Damn, if you're new to this is overwhelming. So I'm going to go through this with idletools.com, and I'm going to go through it in what should be baby steps. Get your feet wet, learn something new, because the expense of doing the hardware mining versus the software trading, same money. $2,000 on one side or $2,000 on the other. The hardware side, you had better be mechanically inclined because the guys on eBay are going to try and cheat you. Right? You better know what not to look for. Okay, so now they're both mining. They're both mining Bitcoin. Okay, so we can go back to pooling. Refresh this page. Hasn't shown up just yet. This is the actual pool that I'm mining. You should be able to mine directly to the Bitcoin pools, only they've been locked down since that Paris Accords. And all this stuff that's going on with world currency, I can't get into those pools. I'm too late to the game. If I wasn't already registered, if I had already been registered, I'd be able to mine to them directly. Because I'm not registered, they've been shut down for the last 10 days. I'm hoping that will fix itself. I want to mine directly to the Bitcoin pools. They're bigger pools. There's a whole bunch about hash rates and what difficulty level you're on and stuff like that. That there's a reason I want to do it is I want to put more stuff in because right now I got my little window unit, my little flower box of money makers, right? Over here going to make me $50 a day. Well, there we go. One worker. Why do I only got one worker stick? It hadn't spooled up yet. Rig configuration has changed. I just did that. The other reason I put in this capture card thing, right? Okay. There's a whole bunch of stuff like the turning my normal Windows 10 unit where you just use a $40 SSD or a thumb drive and you can just plug it in, reboot to the thumb drive, and start your computer mining. But you got to run Linux from the thumb drive. I can't explain that and not show it to you. There's no way. And nobody else has that video out there on how to do that. They assume you're a Linux expert if you're playing in this game. So it's a bunch of snobs. You got to realize that these IT geeks are snobby little pricks, man. Yeah, it's like, oh, you just run this command. Like, fuck, I've been doing this 20 years. I don't even know what that command is. They learn one little thing and they always act like, don't you know? They don't feel the need to explain. And I get accused of that all the time where I don't explain what it is I'm doing or I don't explain well or what I'm going to do. But I know why I don't. Because in my mind it's already happened. I'm never sitting there, and this is part of the therapeutic part of the YouTube stuff, is it forces me to slow down and review the how. If I've got to explain it to somebody and teach the method, by me teaching you, whether you're listening or not, I have a better understanding of what's going on. And then that allows me to apply other things that may not seem relevant because I've given you a base foundation of it. Why am I worried about the world U.S. reserve dollar? Because El Salvador is changing over to Bitcoin. China is about to hand every single person in the country of El Salvador $10 worth of Bitcoin for free and a free phone so they can start paying with things in Bitcoin. That's the first nation to fall down without using, and that means there's no tie to the U.S. world reserve currency. Every single war-torn, criminally run country will be using Bitcoin shortly because those are the people that can be easily changed when you hand them over free stuff. Like I said, China's been mining Bitcoin since 2013, nonstop, corporately on a government level. We don't know how much Bitcoin they had, but we know they were mining Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was $20 a coin. And now the coins they mined up at $20 a coin are worth 30,000. Going to be 50, going to be 80. Once goods start being paid for in El Salvador, if you want to do business with the country of El Salvador, your bank has to talk in Bitcoin, right? Because they're a country that runs Bitcoin. So we're not talking about their normal country's currency. We're going to talk about Bitcoin. So if if you've got a customer or a business that wants to buy fruit, vegetables from El Salvador, so the U.S. farming industry and all the grocery store chains are going to have to talk in Bitcoin just to do business with that one country. That opens the door so that any other country that swaps over is going to be doing it too. These are dominoes. So hadn't happened yet, but they're acting like it's gonna. Pool and farm, hash rate 15. That says it went live. There we go. Now I can actually, this is actually looking at the pool, and I can actually see that that machine is talking to the pool properly. And then there's nothing to do there but ignore it, right? Uh, make sure it stays running. So I go to earnings. Let me go to my wallet. Okay. So you see, I've been paid every single day. You know, it's not much. You see these low where I had these 30s. I'm going to be back up to 30 as of today. That's what I needed to put the extension cord in to get so I could double my units. And then one of the things I've been doing, because it costs so much money to convert it over to another system where I'm doing the trading, it's just better if I turn around and buy $20 rather than pay a $20 fee worth of Bitcoin. So if I need that stuff, I just move it over. So I'm over here with earnings, and let's go to wallet. Wait a minute. What? Okay. Oh, now this gets into all kinds of crazy shit. Two-factor authentication. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't need it. All right. So you see here, I got some Bitcoin, but I'm going to click on earn. Now look at these things. Right now, if you're mining or buying Bitcoin, you tell me what savings bond you get this kind of interest rates on. Okay. Matter of fact, there's a US dollar one down here somewhere that was paying 121%. Now you had to re-put the money in every 3 days. So I've got this Bitcoin mined up, and I can move it over here for free. And I'm on the flexi term, which I think is, all right, I'm going to maximum. There we are. I have read. All right. So now my Bitcoin's actually earning interest. I mined it up. It's earning me, and it's averaging about 6%. It says 3 to 8. It's been averaging about 6. This is while the market's down. So making money to make more money, right? So I'm going to get the money pool up to a big pool. Man, you guys go looking at that software I'm using. You're going to find these videos where that guy shows you he's got $30,000 invested and he's making $15,000 a month. I don't know when he shot that video exactly, but it was at the peak of the market, just constantly skyrocketing up. That's a good way to chase it. So I don't want anybody to be fooled by that. I'm doing it right at the low of the market for the summer. So I'm going to have some more realistic numbers. I'm doing what I am with the worst possible conditions that the market has seen in 4 years. But it does what by looking backwards over the last 12 years, it does a 4-year cycle. So this is normal what we're seeing. They knew this was coming. That's why the change of the countries is happening now. This cycle was coming. So make everybody panic and switch all this stuff over and make the dollar worthless. And there was a timing to this. Otherwise you believe everything accidentally hit a perfect storm and people who have trillions of dollars invested didn't know what they were doing. They just threw money at the wall. One of those two things happened, right? There's a pattern. Always is. All right. So that money stays in there for 90 days or something like that. So I'm not worried about getting it out right now. Like I said, over on my trading software, if I want more Bitcoin, I'll just take money out of my wallet and buy more Bitcoin. Not this wallet, my other one. But eventually I'll have enough over here to where it's worth the fee to transfer my mined up money. But meanwhile, while I'm waiting, that money could be making money just in simple interest. Over in the trading facility, it doubles every 30 days. but I'm only pulling about $9 a day out of here right now. And damn, they charge me like a $15 fee. So like once every 3 days, 4 days, they take half my money. So I need to be doing it once a month anyway. So I'm just going to sit the money over in an interest-bearing account while I'm waiting to get enough money in there. Because it's hard to mine up the money. It's steady income. You know, most people will go, hey, $300 a month sounds like a lot of money to me. It is. But I had to buy $1,200 worth of machines to get it. So there's that. Stimulus checks. All right. Let's go back to my dashboard. Let's see if the hash rate's gotten up there. All right, so 20 real time. I'm at 25. You see this thing just boop, 25 terahash. Because China has shut down so many mining things, the difficulty to hash is down, which means I should be making more money per day. Really, the money makers right now is Doge, but those miners won't mine Doge. You got to buy an L3 miner to mine Doge. That's that Snoop Dogg coin that everybody poo-pooed, and I looked at everybody poo-pooing it going, why is everybody poo-pooing it? Because the market liked it. People liked it. So it doesn't matter what the miners thought of it. It doesn't matter what the traders thought of it. People liked it, and quite frankly, dope dealers were using it. So people were putting real US dollars into it to buy dope. And the coin stabilized at 24, 23, 24 cents. Doesn't matter where it stabilizes at. A Doge is worth a Doge is worth a Doge. If it takes 30 Doge to buy that dime bag, it takes 30 Doge to buy that dime bag. It doesn't matter if the Doge is worth 21 cents or 25 cents. It takes 30 Doge to buy that dime bag, right? This is the hard part. I think people are going to have a hard time getting around. So I'm going to harp on it during videos, is understanding relevance. Like when I do math, like there is like, so doing board designs and things like that, you have to use base 8 math or 16-bit math. But base 8 math gets you there quicker, and then you just convert it to 16-bit. But we're taught base 10 math. So trying to get somebody to count, to tell them that the numbers only go 0 to 7, they don't understand it. But a number's worth a number's what a number's worth. If I tell you what a number is in base 8, it translates to what a number's worth in base 10 and base 16 and so on. It is what it is. The confusion is where people get lost. They tune out and they go, all right. Like you're doing now. Man, I just hadn't done a live in so long. The trolls were, man, they just relentlessly been on my freaking YouTube channel talking. Like I've been reading. I read what people write. I'm not one of those guys like, oh, you don't read the negative stuff. It doesn't drive me insane. It gives me an insight because they say negative things, but people say negative things in their context, right? So to say, oh, I lost 2 marches and I quit, that's his context. That's not reality. And if he's one of these people who's always trolling me, he knows why I haven't been on. So he's trying to spin a story. He's hoping other people will read. But YouTube has made it so that most people don't read comments anymore because they're not on the screen. The descriptions are devoid. YouTube screwed up a lot of stuff. Trying to keep people on YouTube. You know, my job as a business owner who happens to own a YouTube platform is to make money. Not, to get people to watch. The minutes that you watch do not translate into commercial time of real TV. I've got millions of viewers. I outrank CNN sometimes on viewership. But I don't get CNN advertising money. So that's why everybody makes their separate deals, and some people use YouTube or they're switching over to some other platform. A lot of people are switching over to other platforms, but you can't make the market follow it. And at the end of the day, for all the people who think they know how my YouTube stuff works, because they once upon a time owned a YouTube channel, so they know everything, they don't realize that my traffic ain't on YouTube. My traffic's over on Rogers Raiders. Millions of people going through Rogers Raiders because I don't make most information hard to see. If you're looking for something, it's there. You can log in for free and post in the forums and ask questions, and there's no problems with that. But I started putting tools up that I make you pay $2 a month for. And I did that so that I could hire programmers. There's the shitty thing about me getting sick. I hired a full-time programmer, went in the hospital. And now that I cannot see to teach him what I need to have done next, I'm stopped on that project. I can't do the work myself, and I can't even see the screen to explain to him how to get from point A to point B because we're doing stuff that hadn't been done before. The bot guy, he's on his own. He knows what he's doing. I'm just telling him what I want to see. That's easy enough. I can do that on the phone blind. I don't have to see shit. So the bots are coming. We're gonna make I'm hoping that we have an API system on Rogers Raiders, and not just for this one bot guy, but for lots of people who want to build a tool and want to be paid for the work they do that people are interested in. So that you can be a member over at Rogers Raiders and somebody with another website can build a tool and I'll literally plug my membership into their website via an API where it's still secure. And based on how much of my membership uses their tool, I will pay them money. You get to use it as an included feature, which is what the bot is. It's not my software. I'm not controlling it. I don't produce it. I'm not selling it. All I'm doing is saying, I will pay that guy's money if my users want to use his software. And we're going to come to a financial arrangement to what that's worth. And we haven't even discussed that yet. We're trying to get some of the fine tuning out. I used it. I was very happy with it. I've looked at bot software over the year and I've tossed it back and forth whether or not botting, because I personally don't care for it. But at this point, if they're going to continue this mantra that GOG is dead, meanwhile, they're doing everything they can to kill GOG. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'll help them. I'll sell bot software. Everybody over here that'll be playing, all their accounts will be up to snuff for free. They'll pay me a little bit of money, and it'll be a lot less than they pay GOG. The bot will log in 15 times a day, get all your work done. All you got to do is log in and kill people. Have fun, play. Entertain yourself. All the dirty work will be done, for a low monthly fee that GOG won't get a penny of because they haven't made a relationship with me. They really need to head me off at the pass, but they can't figure out how. Because I try to cooperate with them in a proper business fashion, but they keep sending third parties at me. And I don't go down easy. I can take a punch. None of this matters to me in the world of finance. I don't eat because of this. In fact, this has been a pain in my ass, somewhat financially, because I just got a letter from the IRS. Matter of fact, here's my letter from the IRS. I got a letter from the IRS. Because of this shit. Haven't I banned you yet, Ro? I'm just rambling. Okay, let's get this off the screen. Oh, you know what? All right, so what's up, man? Oh, You didn't have to run away, man. I've been in here talking to myself. You'd have been the perfect person to talk about all this freaking finance shit. Device manager. Oh, I just put my little 4K capture device in. That's right. Man, I would. What's up? Look out, Bandit! The snowman is coming through. Just something that popped in my head. Something that popped in my head in the middle of the night one night. Yeah. One of them trolls was just running their mouths about being a bandit and stealing this, stealing that. I just freaking ran my semi truck of an account right through his ass. Uh, all right, dude. What's up, man? All right. Oh, you don't come in with all the flair and flavor you do regularly. What's up with that? Well, GOG decided to do maintenance right when I started alive. The the bad timing on my part, I assume. The now it's okay. I got a cable built a 220 extension cable over here and got my miners plugged in and they're up and operating, making me money now. And I can you can't hear them on the video right now, can you? No, you can't hear my miners. These things are screaming in this room. But the sound deadening headphones and I wondered how that was going to work. So I can't hear them in my headset. But you know, if I'm standing in this room without these things on, they'll give me freaking tone deafness for a while if I'm not wearing hearing protection. They're loud. But I got a new building design that I'm going to come up with. These bit miner guys, man, I watched them do things like take beer coolers and cut beer cooler. I'm like, you took an $80 beer cooler, cut it open to hide your miner inside of it. And then had to put like $300 worth of piping for fresh air from here to air. It's like I would never do that much work for one miner, and that's all to keep the wife from screaming at him type shit. But I got a building design. I think I'm gonna keep buying some miners as I see good deals, which means I'm gonna have to have an expanded building design. And I got a piece of property that I was thinking of selling that I think I'm going to keep it now. And so now I'm looking for a track hoe or a backhoe that I can buy because I'm going to go out there and pour the foundation for a building. And set it up to do nothing but these miners. I'm just going to design it to make airflow in one side of the building and out the other. So that it can use open air and just figure out how big of an overhang I got to make to prevent fucking rainwater from getting in. The window design box that I started as my little small building, it's kind of like a micro design of the building. We just got our monsoon rains through here in New Mexico, and I mean, like they evacuated Carlsbad, New Mexico. We got so much rain. These miners ran 24/7 while it was pouring that much rain, and not a drop of water got at them. You know, it's like a flower box design that I made so that the air sucks from the inside of the room to the outside of the room with ease. Can you hear him now? Yeah, now I'm standing next to him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everybody wanted to talk to me about that, and I didn't even know shit about it. I just don't care. Well, but here's the thing. I'm not going to drop $1,500 to test the new guards out. Yeah, that's what's not going to. Yeah, that's not going to happen. We know how that game works. Like, oh, but this other guy did, and the new YouTuber that has a $30,000 castle out of nowhere. Uh, that everybody that his spokesperson was in the chat earlier. Well, you should go check this other guy out. And I said, well, you sound like a marketing guy from GOG. And then like a few lines later, he's back at it again. You know, I was like, so you are exactly what I said you are. You're marketing for GOG. I mean, his name was something GOG. They're not even creative in the trolling, trying to get traffic from point A to point B. I'll send everybody over to that YouTube account. They're still not me. At the end of the day, they don't come to see that. They come to see me if they come in to see me. I don't even talk about GOG half the damn time. Yeah. I mean, how many times can we talk about that subject? Yeah. Quick find. If I say I want to leave, why do I need a confirmation? Can't I just go back if I need to? Shitty pop-up boxes. I don't even, I hadn't even been building shit in my account. Oops. Simply because I haven't needed to, I guess. Oh, we got a full update thing here. I got to go download an update type thing. So have you already downloaded the update? All right. Let me see it. Right? Two. Yep. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Now I know. Upgrade. Are you? Blew past me, huh? You haven't done any of the storyline stuff yet, have you? No. There's a thing where you like play movie. It literally says play, and you starts like a movie. Hit shit. Oh, is it? I didn't know. I don't know how I got to it. It might be. It's just I didn't. That's not where I got into it. I well, here's the thing. You get all the storyline gives you all your other stuff back. It's an interesting story. That's what I thought about it. You know, I was just about to open up the Star Wars thing. Really? Why? Oh, you know what? I'll wait. I've had that problem before. That's I yep. That's how I had to fix it too. Glad to know the old bugs are back. The well, hold on. Let's bring Creep up in here. Creep, I told I no, he's not. He's pretty religious about turning off his stuff. The but I was telling everybody that we had a guild. I can't remember the name of the server for the because they get you get Old Republic for free. I like the storyline; it's fun, and Creep had a guild all set up and happy to recruit new players. I mean, 75 is the max level. What it what did it take you like 5 days to get to 75? I'm not 75. I've been playing a little bit longer than you, but I've also I jumped into the storyline and decided that I'm going to go let it reset my characters. And like the characters and content that it talks about you losing, I already got one of my companions back as part. And while I was walking around in the new storyline, so I need to go look this up. He just happened to be standing there, and I looked over and I went and talked to him, and he rejoined my companion list. So I imagine that's true of the other characters that I've lost. I'm just gonna find them randomly in the world somewhere, and rather it be random, I'll probably just Google it up and figure out where the hell they are. Hold on here. But once I also found the vendor that sells the reputation things, the big legendary ones. So I went in there with all my money last night, and I got all my companions up to level 55 or level 50. So you got no choice. Yeah. All right. So just so I can get the few people who are on here to see what we're talking about. Like I said, I'm not going to be doing Star Wars videos because this is an old game. It's a game that I didn't play, and it's entertaining as shit. I there's no there's I'm not going to be cutting videos or go back and see. The thing is like I was like, well, I gotta, if I was recording this stuff, I'd have to record the start of the quest and the finish of the quest. Then I gotta go cut minutes of travel time out. It's a whole fucking project just to get 200 viewers. That the game tells you where to go from point A to point B inside the game. If you're too dumb to figure that out, I don't need you as a subscriber. You're not going to get a whole lot of benefit from anything I say because you're not going to be able to figure out who's talking. You might be confused about the voices in your head. Where we at here? So, screen one, is that it? There we go. All right. Star Wars, The Old Republic. Legacy of the Sith. And I guess the expansion pack is coming out after. There's another expansion pack coming. Okay. Oh my God. The number one storyline like for in our guild is you spent money on that? Like you spent $20 on a digital download content, just so you can dance with floppy arms or some shit. And people's like, oh my God, you spend money on that shit? And I'm like, oh, apparently you don't know that we're former GOG players. $20 is not a problem. There's no way we could spend in this game. That's my character, everybody. The looks like combination of Ant-Man and Batman with his current armor kit. Yeah, but I got him decorated with black and blues. I don't know why he's got red on him. And then I'll go in there. I don't know if I can pull one. What 30-minute thing? Oh, that'd be nice. I think what I was just telling I was telling everybody a little earlier that when they start this kingdom merger shit, I'm thinking 592 needs to all be inside RRG, including me, and because it's going to be 4 to 7 weeks of people putting their best foot forward, like the longest KVK ever. So we'll make that happen. It's like 4 to 7 weeks. Yeah, it's going to be a lot like Tides. Creed did a video on it. Go look at Creed's video. Yeah. Yeah, she did the KOA version. It doesn't mean that's what's going to happen with us. Like I said, if this is your solution to the problem, you haven't realized you ran your customers off. The you know, as we were telling the one guy when we were looking at buying some of the stuff, you can't keep blaming COVID when COVID didn't kill your other games. This was 100% your developers having a pissing fight with me. And losing that fight. So here is my little stronghold. These are all the cool shit that I own in here. Oh, let me get this out of the way. These are the different types of rides I got. Because I don't like to travel up to the Imperial City, I went and built my own little stronghold with my own little vendors and things. And I still got some rooms that I haven't decorated yet. Well, that's just goofy. I got this little capsule thing, but the guy's in it is backwards. Oh, it's an armor stand. Never mind, it's not a guy in. Okay. Uh-huh. I could go for that. How, yeah. Okay. Hold on here. Let me summon a companion. Cause can I summon Lana? Yeah. See, here's what I did with the Lana, because she's the one I'm going to play with the most, right? I put her in a gimp suit too. They do different dances? Yeah, they do different dances. Yeah. Yeah, that's a anytime they're going to build more cav stuff up, that's a throw to the guys that have been playing for a long time and spend a lot of money because they've already built cav systems. They don't want to redo their systems. So they got to give them something new to spend money on, but at the same time, you don't want to upset them, upset the way they built their systems. So nothing's changed. It's more stuff to spend money on. It's out of our league. It's They're out of our league. With where our kingdom is, it's out of our league. We won't be playing any of that stuff, so there's no sense spending money on it because if we were up against anybody that's playing in that for those cards, they'd hose us. Oh, it might. Yeah, what they do with those polls is they make a decision and then they tailor the questions around the decision they made so that it sounds like the people wanted it to give you the false impression that whatever they were already doing was the right thing. That one guy, what was his name? Omar. Do you remember him? The ex business director from GOG, uh, Owen or something. I can't remember his name now. Oren was his name. Got fired from GOG, was the business director. He spent forever trying to convince me that setting up those surveys was the way to do it. And I said, you just turn around and reinforce the decision you already made. Well, they taught me this in college. I said, I don't care what they taught you in college. I'm telling you, you just dictated what's going to happen and then tried to pretend other people told you to do it. That's what you got taught in college on how to do. That's not how business really works. If it sucks, people know and they leave. Let me get these tools off my desk before I bury them somewhere. So I got my 4K capture card in. I can now capture the screenshots of other computers. So I will be able to do some more complicated how-tos. Because you guys couldn't see it. That's my vice. Oh, the little desk vice gives me that third hand I need to get shit done. Yeah. Yeah. Clamp it on the desk, put a vice. I mean, yeah. It's so, my movements are so limited. You should see my desk, my table that I made in here. I literally put it together with liquid nails. I didn't nail or screw anything. Right? Hey, yo, what time is it? Is that Eastern time? Shit. It is too late for me to go get a cheeseburger. No cheeseburger. Well, shouldn't be eating them anyway. I've got to lower my A1C just a little bit, which I know I can do. This is the reason I got in a fight with the nurses trying to tell me how to manage diabetes, because they treat people like everybody that they say the word type 2 diabetes and they treat everybody like they're 300-pound fat asses, candy bars in both hands. And in order to manage my diabetes, I have to know when I had a caffeine drink, what I've eaten that day, and how I've eaten, and what I've done since then. Because if I put insulin in my body, but I'm taking caffeine to work on the headaches, then caffeine eliminates your body's ability to produce adrenaline, and it needs adrenaline to make the insulin function properly. So it doesn't matter how much insulin you got in there; it just doesn't work because your body never produced any adrenaline that got neutralized by caffeine. So you can drink these zero sugar caffeine drinks like I do, like the Monster sugar drinks, all day long, and not have those raise your sugar up, but they'll also make sure your adrenaline doesn't help the insulin take the sugar out of your blood. So I gotta, and that's the reason I don't like the pods and the remote control sensor stuff. I'm trying to get one of those things that monitors my blood sugar 24/7. But they're fighting that. So for right now, I'm on my egg diet. I eat a lot of eggs. Yeah. Oh, we're down to 11. All right, so I'm going to end my. I kind of forgot that I was just talking to you guys because it's what we do every day anyway. The but I am going to end the stream, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got into what I was going to do, and we not a lot to do on there. The GOG stuff, I may do lives every day during the merger for the long event, just to have talks and about it. Uh, I think the merger is a horrendous idea. The Just because the people in charge of it have been complete shitheads of human beings. The And if you think that you as a developer or GOG are not one of those shithead human beings, what have you done to fix a single hack that I've outlined and put on video? Nothing. Zero. Nada. You let it keep going. You're a shithead company who has no. So, in other words, you as the quote unquote all be powerful developer have no say in a fucking thing that goes on. And therefore, while this shit show of a merger takes place, I'm going to do everything I can to help you guys lose even more money because that's my job in life these days because you picked a fight. I like to fight. So, we're going to have fun there. All right. What? Yep. Oh, I should. They got to watch every minute of it, man. They got to watch every minute. I already booted off their little marketing guy. I banned him from my YouTube channel. Yeah. But yeah. So I'm going to go play Star Wars because it's free and it's fun. And if anybody wants to join us in Star Wars, just download it. Man, I logged in here to tell everybody the server. And then I didn't do it. I just no, that's not Narshaddan, Narshaddaa. The guild's name is Merry Marauders. Creeps in charge. Have fun with that. Lots of homosexual type things taking place in there. Then, yeah, I don't care. They banned me from YouTube. I'd probably be thankful. Yeah. Oh. I'm just seeing if he's listening, but he's got his mic open. I mean, usually he can hear his stereo. He can hear us talking in the room. But yeah, no, it's been. I said earlier, it's been a very well run. I mean, everything's been running good. It's grown quickly. We're winning events. You get free loot for winning the events. Uh, we got players in the team speak, and they all. You know what? Let me go look down there. Is anybody on? Nope, because we're all up here. They all logged off. Well, and that's what I told them when I started this. They say, well, I said, look, I'll tell you what, I'll do the shitty job of becoming a healer. But frankly, I'm not even upset with that. Uh, the healer tank, I didn't want to be tanked just because you can never see what the fuck you're doing. You're, yeah, yeah, yeah. Just as much clicking on the healer part. Yeah, but I don't mind. I don't mind it. You know, I no. What's funny is I told him, I said, why don't you just name the guild after my old World of Warcraft guild, Merry Marauders? He said, really? What? I said, trust me, this is how you're going to get women into the guild. And like the first couple of days, all the women were talking about, I love the name. I'm like, because like Johnny Blows Jeffrey or whatever the hell he was going to call it. I was like, man, you're just trying to run women off. I said, and at the end of the day, when we start doing big events, we need healers, and they tend to be women. Almost always. I said, you can't be a, you and don't be afraid to kick people who act like complete jackasses. And there's no sense in that. If you want to act like a jackass, come to TeamSpeak. Act like a jackass there. Yeah. Well, every good healer that I lost is because they don't talk in chat all that often, but they don't want to see that shit show go scrolling by on their screen either. And some of them want to let their kids play the game. It's a free game that a kid can play, right? You don't want to see that shit show. So if we get healers in here and somebody wants to let their kid build an account and join the same guild, which we would, I mean, a 10-year-old, 12-year-old just probably play the game better than us now. We're happy with that. We just don't need a 10-year-old trying to, we don't need to be teaching them shit that it's not our job to teach them. And if you think that way, usually you get a good group. Yeah. Most of my tight group that did the advanced stuff in the original days of World of Warcraft, their kids did all the grinding during the day for materials and shit. Now, Star Wars doesn't look like you have to grind. I haven't seen a lot of grinding need. Right. That's the grind. Well, I hadn't seen a lot of that. All right. I lost most of my audience. We're down to like 10 guys. Hey, Derek, I appreciate it. Glad everybody showed up. I didn't even get to do a blast out to tell everybody I was live. To hit 30 people after being off for so long and doing nothing, and it's 4th of July weekend. I guarantee you, 99% of my people are freaking too drunk to know their phone buzzed. Did you get an update that I was on YouTube? Yeah, I've been all over. I'm just telling everybody what I've been doing. I can't see shit, so I've been doing this Bitcoin thing, and I've been reading the news and explaining why I'm heading down this direction. Because, like I said, El Salvador is switching their currency to Bitcoin, and you're like, whoa, wow, a country's doing that. Good for them. I'm like, you don't understand. That means anybody who buys fruit, which is every supermarket in the country, is going to have to be talking in Bitcoin at some point to do business with El Salvador. These are little links in a chain. If that's their national currency, it's no longer the El Salvadorian peso. It's going to be Bitcoin. Everybody's switching to Bitcoin before they know what happened. And no one's going to be doing business with a bank who is pulling a Biden and saying, we can't be doing Bitcoin. The nature of commerce says we're going to have to do Bitcoin if we want fruit in freaking supermarkets. That's how that shit's going to work. And then before you know what happened, the largest consumer of product in the country, because you think Walmart's not gonna put fruit and vegetables from Salvador in their stores, which means Walmart's gonna be selling Bitcoin. And then when China turns around and says, Walmart, I think you should pay for all the goods you buy in Bitcoin. I'm telling you, this is a link in a chain to just get their foot in the door, switch everything to Bitcoin, and China's got the largest stockpile of them. They're going to control the world reserve currency for a little while. And the only thing that we've got to counteract that is an army. But this pussy's not in the White House, ain't going to do nothing with it, so it really doesn't matter. You can take out every one of China's power plants with EMP bombs, not even kill anybody, and shut down their Bitcoin currency, their ability to manipulate that currency with Bitcoin. It wouldn't make their crit go away, but it wouldn't give them their control away. There's a no loss of life war coming. Yeah. So this is going to be unique. I'm fascinated by the little steps that are taking place. That's why I look around the world and I look at all the different news and stuff. I'm like, this ties to that. This is how these dominoes are going to fall. And it's not conspiracy. It's just the way business works. People follow the money, man. Wow, we have. All right, guys. I am leaving. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. End.